Alright, let's see if that did it. Can you see or hear me right now, anybody? Let me know in the chat so I know that that everything is working. A lot of moving parts here. Scurvy Ham, Ancient Freya, Tommy Plodicus, OK2 Play. How's the audio? I hope it's really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Glad you could be here today. And welcome once again to wild and not so windy today, western Wyoming. We're having a great day out digging dinosaurs. We're at the Ceratopsians site again today. It's me and Quinn and Nick here digging this thing up, and we're going to get started with some jacketing in just a couple minutes. So I'm glad you're here. You're here right at the right time. Whether you're watching live right now, or maybe watching later on in the VOD or on YouTube, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You hopefully know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Most paleontologists don't. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg. I know dinosaurs get a lot of attention because they're so very cool. I work on dinosaurs because they're so very cool, and because I'm interested in them, interested in their evolution, their ecology, their functional morphology, all that good stuff. So I work on dinosaurs, I publish on them, and right now I'm out in the field digging up dinosaurs here in the Late Cretaceous Almond Formation. Rock's about 73 million years old, and we're really excited to be here. This is our fourth year of this project here, and just about any dinosaur that we find in this formation stands a very good chance of being new. A new species or even a new genus, because this is pretty much unexplored territory. We're doing some of the first systematic collecting that's ever been done in the Almond Formation. I guess you could call it the first if you don't count Barnum Brown in 37 and his crew. Just kind of putzing around, collecting bits and bobs and not publishing anything. We're publishing on these things now, and we're digging them up for publishing. So yeah, I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you've got any questions. And Sandels, I'm so glad you watched Your Inner Fish episode 1. Isn't it wonderful? That makes my heart smile. That's you watched that on our recommendation here. Good stuff, right? And Doggy Pool Party says that's very exciting, isn't it? Yeah, we're very excited to be here. And let me get my well, maybe we'll start off with some jacketing here. Hey, Quinn and Nick, how long till we can start jacketing?
Pretty soon.
Awesome. Yeah, cool. Just a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right, looks like they're just about ready. Yeah, so we'll just hang around here for a minute, answer some questions anybody might have, and then I'll get in there, I'll set the camera down, get my hands dirty, and show you how to produce a protective plaster field jacket. One of these protective cocoons that we put around the fossils in order to bring them safely back to the laboratory. If you have not seen that before, you're in for a treat. It's going to be pretty cool.
Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Show the chat before we start.
Oh yeah, before you put the separator on? You bet. Let's do it. All right. So welcome to our Ceratopsian site here. This particular site was discovered last summer by University of Bath paleontologist Nick Longrich. He was out with us for I think a couple of weeks last summer, maybe a week. He found this site, we started digging it up. We said, shoot, this is almost certainly a new species of Ceratopsian dinosaur, horned dinosaur, kind of like Triceratops, but earlier. And got an excavation permit to dig at this site this year, dig a great big hole. This is what we've got so far. Nice. So, yeah, here's Quinn and Nick.
What's going on?
Yeah. And we're going to get right to work here. We've got a bunch of bones sticking out of this, so all of this was under this big blocky sandstone just about a week and a half ago. And now, after clearing all that rock, we've got exposed bone here on the surface. So this is a big old frill bone of that Ceratopsian dinosaur. At least we think it's frill. Identifications in the field are always a little tentative, but we'll get this back to the laboratory, get it cleaned and prepped and studied, and figure out what it is. So we're getting ready to make a plaster jacket here. You'll see what that means in a few minutes. But Nick's getting started pouring some water into here.
Good for now. We're gonna need a lot more though.
Yeah. It's good that we got one of the good water containers up here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So right now what Quinn is going to be doing, and Nick too, are taking these bits of paper towel, or kitchen roll for those of you from the UK or Commonwealth countries. And acts as a layer of separator between the rock and between the bone. Between the rock and bone and the burlap, or the plaster-soaked burlap, excuse me. That's going to go over this.
Don't need a brush.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a course of a few days getting this thing all nice and pedestaled.
Yeah.
We've been constantly attacked by wasps and flies trying to get this out of here. I just got stung today by a wasp. That was fun, but you know, that's why we named this Ceratopsian hornet, even though we're not getting attacked by hornets.
It's just a good name.
It's a good name.
Yeah, for stinging insects.
Yeah.
No, just a nickname for the site here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Nick's site doesn't have a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nick. I'm sorry, Nick.
It was a different Nick anyway.
I know.
But yeah, we're lucky to have you here, Nick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The cool thing is, for anybody just joining us, Nick was actually working on this same dinosaur in the laboratory back in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, the Carnegie Museum has been very, very good to us. They've been prepping some of our specimens. And so yeah, pretty cool that Nick was getting to work on this back in the lab, the bones that we dug up last year. And now he's here at the site digging up more bones. So pretty neat. Yeah.
Nice to have him.
And Lilag SD says, hello, what part of that shows it could be a ceratopsian? So we already covered that up, but
you can show this part maybe.
yeah,
It's hard to
that's
see.
not super diagnostic, but we've got a bit of frill in there. And then we've got some other frill bones that we dug up last year from this same animal, from the same exact spot. When we could only dig a small hole last year, this year we got permits for a whole excavation. And that's what we're doing. So it's pretty clear that the bones we have back in the lab already are from a ceratopsid dinosaur. And yeah, we're finding more of it. Who knows how much more of this critter is still here under this sandstone. This will probably be a major theme for the rest of the month, is once we get these things out, knocking down more of this overburden, clearing it out, getting down to the bone layer, and hopefully finding more bones. So we've got this right here. Also, over here we've got these kind of mystery bones. If we've got time, we might even pedestal this and jacket it today. But this is really our priority. There's what looks like a decent frill bone in there. Really got to make sure that we get this out, get it safely back to the laboratory.
It will also help us clear up some room so we can
Yeah.
keep working, because we also have a bone right there, right by Nick's hand, that could use a good jacketing. Unfortunately, we popped it out, but it was already kind of separated. So,
Yeah.
If you could put it back and glue it, it's all okay.
Yeah.
It's quite the site with associated bones running all around it. So
Yep.
we've already jacketed about, what would you say, 6 ceratopsian most
Elements,
likely.
yeah.
Yeah,
Elements.
6.
Nice.
Because this is 4, we're missing 1.
Yeah.
And one was a rib that might not be from this beast.
Maximum Darnish wants to know, do prospectors who find a site get official credit in papers or anything for initial discovery? It depends on the paper and on who's writing it. That is good practice, you know, to credit the discoverer, but it doesn't always happen, unfortunately.
I think Ethan did on the Skull Ridge.
Yeah.
He's
The SVP abstract?
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
the volunteer, Logan.
Logan found that. Nice.
Yes, so he was credited.
Cool, cool.
It is good practice.
It
I would
is.
want if I found it.
Of course, yeah.
I would
yeah.
love to have my name on there, even if I'm not participating in the paper.
Yep. As an acknowledgement, or like it'll say in the main body of the paper, like, you know, this person found this on this date, in this year. But sometimes, if it's a really remarkable discovery, or if the discoverer is, you know, very well known for making big contributions to the field, sometimes they'll get a new critter named after them. So, a good example of that is Wendy Ceratops from Canada, named after Wendy Sloboda, who was the woman who found that critter back in the mid-2000s, I think. Wendy Ceratops. It's cool. She's got a tattoo of the illustration in the paper, the life reconstruction of the animal's head.
awesome.
She's got a tattoo of it on her arm. And so people ask her, like, oh, what's your tattoo? Like, oh, yeah, it's a dinosaur I discovered. Yeah, it's named after me.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I just got a tattoo last night.
Yeah. Can we see it right there?
Yeah, sure.
On your wrist?
No, right. It's on my,
on your
my wrist.
Yeah,
There.
the almond tattoo that Quinn's got.
Sorry for the
Nice.
bug bites, too, but getting
Yeah,
alive
not
out
too
here.
shabby.
Yeah,
It'll look nice when it's...
nice and healed, yeah. Right?
Yeah.
It's like a black blob, but...
For those of you who weren't here yesterday or the day before, we've got a tattoo artist in camp, Ethan's brother, Josh, and he is very professional. Man knows what he is doing, and he is very, very talented. He's got some good equipment, and he's been giving almond tattoos to the crew for free in honor of our work here in the Almond Formation of Wyoming.
He's a great guy.
He is a great guy, yeah. And I don't know if any of the mods still have the that Instagram link at the ready, but I forget what it was now.
Of his shop?
Yeah, it was like Atticus something Warner Instagram. Yeah. And what tattoo are you gonna get, Danny? I don't know if I'm getting an almond tattoo. That's what everybody's getting, but I'm kind of allergic to peer pressure, and so I probably won't end up getting that.
I fell so deep into the peer pressure.
You were nervous, Quinn.
I was so nervous. This is my first tattoo.
Yeah.
But, been out here for 4 years, so
Yeah.
I think it was only right
Yeah,
to get one.
definitely. I don't know. I might wait. I was thinking of getting one here on my chest, but I don't know. We'll see. And why almonds is Wadoku? I think it was named after some sort of local geographic feature or something. Nobody seems to know why it's called the Almond Formation. And also, nobody really, has cared to look into it because the Almond Formation is not well known. We know that there are dinosaurs that have come out of here, but none of them have ever been named. The Almond Formation is kind of a forgotten dinosaur-bearing formation here in Wyoming. Even though I guess the first dinosaur fossil to come out of Wyoming came from the almond. That's what Ethan was saying. Way back in the 1860s or something.
Wow. Oh, the footprint of the hadrosaur. Right?
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
okay.
Found in a coal mine.
Yeah. But anywho, yeah, it's the Almond Formation. That's just the name. That's like the Hell Creek Formation, where it's named after a place called Hell Creek in Montana, and there are varying accounts about why it's called Hell Creek. I'd love to get the official story straight one of these days.
I think I heard one because of the dinosaurs there. And it was like, it's nature's hell
Really?
playground or something like that.
But it was named before they found dinosaurs there. So
Yeah.
Hell Creek was a place name back in the 1850s, I think.
That's just one of the things that I've heard.
Gotcha.
It's definitely not
Yeah.
true.
Because there is an actual Hell Creek, like a body of, like a little creek, near present-day Hell Creek State Park, north of Jordan, Montana, in Garfield County.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of places named like Devil's Tower.
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting locations that
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they get their such a demonic name.
Yeah.
For such a beautiful
Sounds
landscape.
Mm-hmm. But man, does it get hot there, and do the bugs get
Yeah,
bad
it's
during
beautiful.
certain times of the year?
That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
Like Death Valley.
Yeah. Anonymous says maybe it's named after a hellish summer with lots of mosquitoes there. It probably is. In fact, that's one of the accounts that I've heard. But I don't know. It'd be nice to actually get to the bottom of that. Yeah. Anyway, since this is going to be such a big jacket, you'll probably have to re-wet certain parts of this after they dry out.
Yep.
Just so this stuff doesn't blow away since we've got this wind going on. Cross your fingers, chat. We don't get any sudden giant gusts of wind like we got earlier. Just out of nowhere, totally calm, and then just whoosh, no warning. It was like a bomb blast or something like that. It was nuts.
It was, yeah. It was
Uncharacteristic, even for out here.
Yeah, I've never experienced something
Yeah.
like that. Any meteorologists in the chat?
Yeah. Yeah, if we do have any meteorologists, could you do anything about the weather out here? We'd like some,
I know one. if Patrick's in the chat,
Yeah?
let me know why is the wind so damn strong. Sorry, part of my.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
It's
Yeah, it's field work, We can have G-rated swears. Oh, heck. Gosh darn. What's up with those two nails right there with the...
So...
Do we need to redo those at some point?
We needed to redo the grid in general. But I needed to... Like, I already mapped, like, 2 fossils. So I had to keep this one in there to, like, measure...
Gotcha.
How far, like, away...
That makes sense.
It actually was. So
yeah.
That was a whole nother thing. I'll take it out soon. I just gotta redo it. Because I also stupidly mapped them going east instead of north. So,
it happens. Yeah. That's always the most difficult part. It's much harder than the mapping, actually getting the grid to work properly.
I just don't, like, we had a PhD with a man who is, published on 50 mosasaurs. We could not figure out.
It's tough.
4 other guys out here.
It's tough, yeah.
We just could not figure out why our numbers were off, or like why our measurements were off.
Because it wasn't level.
I think, yeah, it's probably what it was. We didn't use the bobber.
Let's see, Crimson Carnotaurus is in the almond formation. We could call a ceratopsian Marzipanceratops.
Like that.
Yeah, if its horned face looks like marzipan, then you could call it that.
Oh, look at that, we're getting swarmed.
Yeah, get all these insects who are just starved for moisture.
It's over.
Showing up to... Yeah, and we got Science Streams in chat. This is my ant geneticist friend I was telling you about.
Oh,
he also streams on Twitch. Belint, I will not show you the pile of dead wasps who have been accumulating in our water over there. It is it's a bloodbath.
They did it to themselves.
But it does cut down on their numbers a little bit because they're just swarming everywhere, getting in our faces. Just yeah, and we got flies too now. Look at them. Love the moisture. So this is going to be a fun jacketing experience. Hopefully nobody else gets stung or bitten. Yeah. And Science Streams says, nah, dead wasps are Gucci. Well, I'm not going to show them anyway because, we're here for dead dinosaurs, not for dead wasps.
You ever seen those mosquito trappers that just, like, hundreds of mosquitoes just trapped in that? It's kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, or like at a picnic or something, you've got those translucent clear, it's like a plastic bottle that you hang from a tree or something.
Yeah.
And just all those wasps get in there, and it's kind of like that, except it's a plastic feed scoop on the ground with a little bit of water in it, and wasps are just showing up to drown themselves. It's the hot new trend. All the cool wasps are doing it.
Let's hope more do.
Wasp moms are going, would you drown yourself in a puddle of water if all your friends did it too? And apparently the answer is yes for these guys.
I wonder what the Queen has to say about it. Can we interview the Queen?
Yeah.
Who's that, Beyonce? Queen Bee, right?
Yeah. What's your thoughts on the current wasp suicides?
Yeah. And, let's see. And that one guy, it'd be nice to have, like, mosquito netting around here, but that would interfere with our work, and the wind would make short work of that. It would just tear that thing apart. So yeah, we gotta work here in the sun and the wind and the wasps and the dust, because it's just how it goes, Doing field work is not about being comfortable. It's nice when you can be, but that's usually not feasible. So we don't worry about it too much.
Sometimes you just gotta endure.
Yep.
Live through pain.
And that's very true, Quinn. Rudy Wank says, will you be in the Hell Creek area in July by chance? No. Why? Are you going to the shindig? The Dino Shindig in July? I'm going to be in Utah at that time, digging up dinosaurs in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation, just above the end of the Jurassic. So that'll be cool, and I'll be streaming that too.
Is that like a concert or something?
What? Oh, the Dino Shindig?
Dinosaur?
No, it's an event in Ekalaka, Montana, a tiny little town in the southwest corner of Montana, and a bunch of paleontologists gather there to give talks and stuff, and then there's like a street festival. Like, it's this tiny little town. Ekalaka's probably got like 300 people living there, but it's really cool. Yeah, A lot of people who work on Hell Creek stuff go there because it's all Hell Creek rocks. And then they've got like a big street dance, giant barbecue. It's like a little festival in this town that's all centered around fossils. It's very cool.
Where's the paper towel?
Yeah, I helped set that up. Some of the first years that it was going. Oop, drop this.
Thanks.
Yeah. When Nate Carroll was first establishing that back in like 2012, I was there. And now it's huge. Ekalaka is one of the only small towns in eastern Montana that's actually growing instead of shrinking in population. All the other towns are kind of drying up and blown away in the wind, but Ekalaka has really started to expand because of that event. It's awesome. It's the event that saved Ekalaka. And let's see. And from Fossil Coffee, Rudy Wank. Oh, is that right? Oh, very cool, Rudy. Excellent. Awesome. From Berkeley. Very, very cool. Well, welcome to Wyoming. And it's a pleasure to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Hang on. Rudy. Oh, yeah. I remember you. Very, very cool. Well, good to have you here in chat. And let's see. And yes, Catatoon, I'm in the field. I have been for the past 11 days, 12 days, really. Since May 30th. Or 31st? I don't know. 31st, thank you, Nick. I'll be out here until about June 30th, till the end of the month. Hopefully the 29th. Hopefully we can wrap things up by then. But, yeah. 1 month of field work out here in Wyoming. And then I'll go home for 2 weeks for some R&R and some office streams. And then back out to Utah for close to a month's worth of field work out there, I hope. And near Moab, Utah, in the Cedar Mountain Formation. It's going to be a lot of fun. And is it hot? It's not that hot, Q-Puppy, no. It's actually kind of pleasant today. We got a nice breeze going. Somebody can pull up the weather. Thank you. Oh, no. Somebody can pull up the weather for Green River, Wyoming. Well, we've not done a camp tour yet, Ancient Freya. Hopefully sometime soon. Things have been so busy. But yeah, toward, I don't know, maybe sometime around the solstice we can do that. You know, on like maybe the longest day of the year, we'll get sunlight for longest, and I can use the solar panels to power the streaming rig and show you around the camp. And Moab, mother of all bone excavating sites. There you go, nothing more, yeah. Yeah. And did you find something nice yesterday, asks Thor. It's my birthday. I would love it. Well, we can't gift it to you, unfortunately. These are all going to the Museum Center in Cincinnati, Ohio. But I was working over on the Hadrosaur site earlier, the Barnum Brown one. And we didn't find anything new, but we did a lot more jacketing yesterday. And got some of the jackets back down to the vehicles. No, yesterday was a good day, a very productive day. Happy birthday, by the way. Hope you had a good one, Thor. And Ancient Freya, I did bring the ukulele, but I haven't taken it out yet.
Yeah, when are you gonna do that?
Yeah, sometime soon, I guess. I don't know. I'm really rusty. I really only play it on stream, and it's been months since I've done that, so I might have to go over the hill and practice a little bit before I actually
That's fair.
embarrass myself, you know.
No, you killed it last year.
Thanks.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
Surprised more people don't bring out instruments.
Yeah. Well, you don't want stuff to get broken.
Yeah, that's very true.
And who's got space for that if they're flying? But
That's also true.
do you see Cameron brought his jaw harp out?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Although he didn't use it around the campfire.
Yeah, we didn't do our, Mongolian, breath.
Throat singing, yeah. We can do that one of these nights. I'll get out the uke. Someone can get an empty water jug and drum on it. Yeah.
One of the
Get a drum circle going.
Okay.
Yeah. And Tommy Pilaticus wants to know, has anyone yelled, "I've got the horn" on this dig site yet? So that's a slang phrase that will not translate, into American English, unfortunately. I remember when I was working in the Hell Creek with Museum of the Rockies, heard this story. Denver Fowler at one point, him and John Scannella, they both work on Ceratopsian dinosaurs. They did what they called the John Denver Project. John and Denver. And they were just trying to find a whole bunch of Ceratopsians. They found like 50 Triceratops specimens, dug them up for some projects. But, you find enough Triceratops and you start to run out of site names for them. Because every site's got to have a different name so we can keep track of them. A number and a name. But Denver, who's from England, he found a Triceratops horn one time. And he decided to collect it for John Scannella. And he named the site Got the Horn for John. And he comes back to camp and he's like, oh yeah, got the horn for John. Look, I got the horn for John. And nobody knew what he was doing. They're like, okay, Denver, what? You collected the horn for John. You got the horn, what? And that means that, like, he had the hots for John. Like, that's the joke, as I'm sure you've picked up at this point. But nobody got it because he was the only Brit on the crew. And he was sorely disappointed. But that's still the name of the site to this day. It's there in all the records and everything. It's probably on the BLM permits. Yeah. We had a lot of fun site names. Yeah, there was a Leptoceratops bone bed that we were excavating. And when Denver Fowler first found this, there were just little kind of tan-colored leg bones on the surface. Kind of blonde colored. So we named the site Leggy Blonde after the Flight of the Conchords song. And it turned out to be a really important site. And Denver was a little embarrassed that he called it that. Because when that thing gets published, it's gonna be a big deal. Yeah.
I like the Flight of the Conchords.
They're great, yeah.
Business Time.
We had a bunch, yeah, we had another site called Business Time.
Yeah.
And then I found a site like 10 feet away from it, and we called it 2 Minutes, which is a reference to that song as well. 2 minutes in heaven. But yeah.
You say something sexy like, okay, I'm gonna go to bed now.
Yeah, it's business time. But yeah, good stuff. Anyway, and you're fine, Charlie's Dragon, no worries. But yeah. And Ludenhoff says, why are these fossils so up to the ground? Well, because we're digging in an erosional environment here. That's what it's all about. We don't just go and dig a random pit somewhere in order to find dinosaur fossils. You never find any. What you do is you walk around this landscape and you look for bits of bone that are poking out of the surface. You follow them in, you try to follow that trail up to where the skeleton is, you dig in a little bit, and hopefully you find more of it there. That's exactly what we've done here. Looking good, guys, by the way.
Yeah?
Nice and separated.
All right.
Yeah.
Gotta keep them separated. Over here. Nice job, Nick.
Yeah. And Nick, this is your first, big fossil field jacket, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. So you did some gypsonas, the, plaster grenade ones earlier?
Yep, I did about 3 of those.
Nice. So, yeah. Nick's first jacket here. We've got a trainee. And he's lucky. He's learning from some of the best here. So we'll teach him up good. Yeah.
Danny. Yeah, alright. Let's get some more water in there.
Yep.
And then, do you want to set up your tripod?
Yeah, let's see. I don't know if anybody's going to be stepping there. That might be our best spot.
Okay.
So let me do that. So, Chad, I'm not going to be as responsive to you as I would otherwise be normally. So just bear that in mind. I apologize. That's just how this goes. Gotta get some work done. But here we go.
You guys want to see Danny getting involved. Getting
Oh, yeah.
his hands dirty.
For certain.
Maybe unbutton the shirt a little bit.
It's already unbuttoned plenty. Can we get something I can put over the encoder so it doesn't get too much direct sun?
Yeah.
Maybe if we have an extra strip of burlap or something. Protect it from some dust, too. Yeah. Yeah, and let me I'll grab my tool bag. Stick that over there.
A little more of that.
That's good for now, I think. Yeah. That might be slightly too much. We'll see.
Oh,
No, you're good.
my bad.
I should have been paying closer attention. All right. That should be good.
Yeah, because you need to get that like perfect plaster to water ratio. But it might be a little too much for sure.
Oh, then we'll just dump this out, pour some in.
Oh shoot. I saw everybody saying bye in the chat and I'm like, oh no, what happened? I was in the wrong chat. I was in Ios's chat by mistake. Yeah, Wadogus is what happens now. Now you get to witness some jacketing take place. This is our sacred fieldwork ritual. This is how we, let's put this in my pocket. Alright, that should be okay. That's a good idea. This is how we get these fossils safely back to the laboratory. We build a protective cocoon around them. Yeah.
One of the chicken scoops and just kind of. All right.
What's do you want to go over this plan?
Yeah. So first, let's point out where all the bones are so that we don't step on them. We got bone here. We got bone there.
There's bone here.
Okay.
Bone here.
Yeah.
We're not gonna step on.
Yeah, we're not gonna step on the jacket.
Bone here, bone here.
And that's it.
That's pretty much it.
Okay. Cool.
Taking everything else out.
Yeah. Take off your watch or anything like that if you've got it. I'm doing that now. And
my lovely hat. I don't know if I can get this dirty.
Quinn's poor hat. Chat. If you could see it from up. Oh, yeah, you can see. It's mostly bandana now.
God.
It's just a surround sound visor is what it is.
It's a Huckleberry.
It's not even a hat.
You want to angle the camera?
Yeah. Oh, it got turned a little bit. Let's turn it like this.
Come on.
There we go. That'll be good.
Get on.
Yeah. All right. Now,
Yeah.
what I like to do, I know Ethan doesn't do it this way, but I like to soak the strips in water first.
Okay, yeah. That's actually good. I remember you doing that.
Yeah. It helps them from blowing away when it gets windy.
Yep.
And it also, in my experience, it actually helps the plaster to stick to the burlap better.
Okay.
So,
All right.
are all of these strips we're going to use?
Yes. These are the ones that we had planned out.
Excellent.
This one is.
Let's do those first then.
All right. Yeah. Do you want to just see where they're
And
going?
sometimes it's also a good idea if you've got them like planned for certain things.
Yeah.
Just write them with Sharpie.
Okay. This could be one.
Before you soak them.
One left.
Hopefully the Sharpie sometimes comes off, but you know. I'm going to readjust the camera too. That's not quite right.
Yeah.
Let's get this just turned a bit here. That should do it. Bless you.
Oh, thank you. Think. Right there.
Left.
See what they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. This one's gonna go here, Danny. That's gonna be the first one.
Beautiful, okay.
Overlapping here.
Yeah.
Um,
Let me soak it.
Yep.
Okay. So what I like to do is kind of go like this, wrap it up.
Yep. Yeah, that worked a lot more effectively.
The Sharpie's probably going to come off.
That's fine. You kind of have it in our
But we can
hands.
just put them, if we arrange them left to right or something, then we can keep track of them that way.
I know this is kind of a bigger one, but
You
this
can even
one-
set it next to the jacket, next to the spot where we're going to put it on.
Yep.
It's nice to actually have a plan for these too, so
Yeah.
kudos for doing
Just
that.
leave it here.
Yeah.
Ontogeny.
So this one's also gonna go. I know this is pretty big, but I think it'll be a nice like cocoon for
Yeah.
the top.
Agreed.
So that's number 2.
Yeah, you can go ahead and wrap that. We'll get you doing hands-on stuff here.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm here
Yeah.
to get dirty.
Yeah.
So then this is 3.
Okay.
I go on my side a little bit, just like right here.
Nice.
And then there's gonna be like a 4th going over here, 5th, and then a 6th going up top, and then those are gonna be just for, you know,
Okay.
we can get those wet too.
Nice.
Um,
Yeah.
Oh, this one a little bit back so we know that's on top.
Yep.
Let's get this guy.
Not Sharpie stayed actually.
Oh, impressive. Anytime we've got gear like that, whether it's Sharpies or action packers or whatever, always think, like, it'd be so nice to get sponsored by one of these groups, one of these companies. Send us free gear, maybe some money.
Seriously.
But
Always use the money. Thanks again, Chad, if you donated.
yeah, appreciate that very much. And a lot of the gear that you're seeing here,
Yeah.
the stuff that you provided.
Yes.
So thank you.
Very much.
We're gonna do a labeling party one of these nights. He's like, remind me, Danny, to get out that label maker to start labeling things. So I might do that tonight.
Like on the jackets?
No, on the tools.
Oh.
So we've got a label maker. We had that Amazon wish list that you know about.
Yep.
And then I realized, like, oh shoot, it'd be cool to have labels on everything that says like who donated what.
Yeah.
So I put a label maker on the wish list, and then I bought it.
Sweet.
And yeah, I think that'd be neat. People be able to see that, and that way we can refer to the tools by name too. Like, oh, will you hand me that?
Adam
That-
Axe.
Yeah, there you go. That Kennedy 104. Like, oh yeah, you bet. All right, cool.
These are spares now.
Excellent. So we're just gonna do all these.
I mean, you don't have to do all of them, but
Oh, they'll dry out.
yeah.
Let's get them wet anyway. Don't blow away. And then you just shove that whole bundle in there. Thanks.
Sorry.
You're good.
Still think that's enough water though?
We might want a little bit more actually,
You want to just dump?
because we won't want a lot of plaster. And we might want to tamp down some of those bits of paper towel that are coming up too.
Sounds good. We'll grab the.
Here's our extras.
Oh, good. If he just gets in my shoe, I'll know.
Shoot.
We're running a little low on water, but
I've got extra in my bag maybe if we really need it.
me too.
All right, nice, Nick.
Yep.
Cool. Check on chat real quick, make sure they're still doing okay. Yeah, Freelancer says, I can't wait till they make the newbies drink the burlap tea. Oh yeah, Nick.
Oh, awesome. I can't wait. I bet it tastes like lead.
We're not gonna make anybody do that. Although I've been on cruise where we've dared each other to do that before, and it doesn't taste the best.
Yeah, I would.
I wouldn't recommend it, you know?
Probably.
That's probably good for, yeah, for water. Because we've got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strips. That should be enough. And we don't have to mix it the thickest because we're not doing the way that you mix the plaster, chat, is like you'll do different consistencies for different kinds of jobs. Here we don't have a lot of underhang, so we don't have to mix it quite as thick as we would have to if you're like holding things to the underside waiting for it to set.
Yeah.
Not having to do a lot of like understrips here. All right, do you know how to mix it, Nick?
I could take a good guess.
Yeah, just kind of
Yep.
go through it with your fingers and
You want to move the camera, maybe?
Get the
yeah,
palms.
let's scoot that over a little bit so people can see.
Yep.
Nice.
Do I also have to drink this?
No. That would be,
And I'll end up like the wasps.
there you go.
How's it feeling in there?
Pretty chunky.
Yeah, so you're going to want to kind of use your fingers, like, break up those chunks, squeeze them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still really soupy, so we can use a lot more plaster. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
My hands feel like they're just gonna be stuck in concrete. This is gonna.
This is the best. Yeah, this is one of my favorite parts of fieldwork, honestly,
too.
making jackets. Real feeling of accomplishment afterwards.
How's it
And
feeling?
I'm afraid we're going to run out of plaster. There's a lot of water in there.
Yeah, no shit. Shoot.
Alright, that's looking better, yeah.
Yeah.
Although,
Probably go,
yeah, this is gonna be...
probably full bag,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah.
Shoot.
I was afraid that was too much water.
Yeah.
And we'll make use of it. I'm glad we cut extra strips.
Oh, it feels like I just have a glove on my hand now.
Yeah, that's probably enough plaster for now. Can I get in there and feel?
Go ahead. It's a little bit chunky.
Still a little soupy, but
Yeah.
yeah, but it's good to mix up those chunks. We could use some more plaster. Yeah.
We could always gypsona too,
Yeah.
or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, as long as we get this thing capped, that's the important thing for today. That was our main goal. All right, that's probably enough for now. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody gets in.
Yep.
This is pretty soupy.
Yeah. But that's okay. Let's start rolling them.
Yep.
Where was the left side one? The first one that we did.
First one is
Right there. I see you drew on it. Yes. Nice. So the way that it works is, yeah, you kind of roll it over like that. So you're letting the plaster work into all the length of the fabric. And I usually kind of like fold it in half and let the ends drip off.
Number 2.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. It's getting there.
Yeah.
Sure that's straight. Feeding it.
All right. When you're done with that, give me the first strip and we'll stick that on there.
All right.
So yeah, I'll do it like that and just kind of let the ends kind of slop off like that. We're not going to run out of plaster here. We've got a lot of it.
It's too much.
So
Might ruin this bucket.
right,
These.
yeah.
Part of the jacket.
And so this is going to go just over the corners and around the side like that, right? Does that look about right, what you were envisioning?
Yes.
Quinn?
Yes.
Okay,
That's pretty good.
nice.
And then just like
And so it's really important when you're putting this on here that you don't put it on and then lift it off because it'll take the separator with it. You want to be really decisive about how you get it on there. And then you just kind of smooth it on. You don't want any air pockets. It's just like the gypsonas you were doing. So, yeah, like that. You don't want any slack. You want it to be tightly conforming to all the weird shapes and nooks and crannies. Because the less it jiggles around inside, the better. That's the whole point of making these. So use your fingers to just kind of push in all those crevices and stuff like that. And oftentimes the thicker the plaster is, the better it clings. But it'll get easier as it starts to set up, like you saw with the gypsonas.
All right. 2 coming in.
Yeah. Where does that one go?
This is going over the top.
Oh, the top. All right. Just like that. Nice. Beautiful. All right.
no air pockets.
Yeah.
No air pockets. Quinn hates air pockets.
Yep.
Everybody does.
Anoxic Quinn, we call him. Who's the yelling chef guy on TV?
Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah. Try not to be a Gordon Ramsay about
Donkey.
jackets.
Oh, good.
Go faster, faster.
The
worst jacket
I've ever seen.
What are you doing?
You
All right, 3
idiot
coming in.
sandwich. Yeah.
Nice. Alright, we'll open another one. That one's ready to go.
You don't mind if I use my elbow to tilt the camera looking this way now?
Yeah, let me do, yeah.
I won't touch it. Does it swivel?
It does. Here, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it.
Sure.
Yeah, get back on. Smooth it out. Smooth it out.
Use a rock so I don't get plaster on this. That's better. It's a fisheye anyway.
Alright, looking good. Pocket right here. Under here. Nice. Smooth.
Looking good.
More goop.
Yep. Let's put some more layers on, especially over those protruding noses.
Yes, sir. Right here too.
Right, so I'm gonna go around like this, and then up like that.
And this will be the last one right here, this big one.
We'll probably do some more actually.
Yeah.
Because we've got enough plaster for it. We don't want that to
True.
go to waste.
Yeah. I think we got a lot of it. Right here.
Nice.
Next, let's do one like right here.
Sorry for not being responsive right now, chat. I can't look at you. We're working.
Actually, this one.
But if we're getting any raids or subs or anything, thank you for all of that. Appreciate it.
Get under here. Start ripping it right here. Yep. All those air pockets nice and tight.
Nice and tight.
Nice and tight, white and tight. Sure. This is like the best burlap too.
It's good stuff. Yeah.
We've used some really bad stuff.
Yeah. Scrounging for material.
Yeah. From coffee shops, just getting whatever we can get.
Some of that stuff last year was not very good. No. Some of it was like synthetic material. It wasn't even like proper burlap.
Oh my god.
So it like wouldn't absorb the plaster. It was awful. We had that one green bag.
Yeah, the green bag. That was such a mess.
Just like plastic based stuff.
Yeah. Shoot. My hand's dirty. Sure you're not really touching any rock because it just sticks to you and then gets all over your jacket.
Yeah. We still got a lot of working time here. It doesn't even feel warm yet.
Yeah, you're right.
So we're doing okay.
Goop.
Yes. Oh, I squished a fly. Sorry, fly. I was trying to get you out of the way.
Change the nickname to Fly now.
It's like the Jackson Pollock. There's a Jackson Pollock in Buffalo that has just like a stink bug in the middle of it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's great.
That he like wanted in.
Did he put it there, or
Yeah,
it just
and-
ended up there?
I think it just got stuck in some of his paint.
Yeah.
And he just was like
Nice.
art.
Yes.
And then I think there's like a matchstick in it too. So that's definitely intentional.
Yeah.
Unless he was just smoking and just threw it on a $400 million piece of art.
Let's see. We still have enough of this. It's not setting up yet.
All right.
Do we want to jacket that thing real quick? Just put a real quick cap on it? If you want to hit that with some paper towel, get some separator on it. Let me do that.
Are you
So
sure?
we can, yeah.
It's a little sketchy.
Well,
Not really
no, we
pedestal
can wait.
either.
It's just kind of a shame to waste a little bit of plaster.
I know, it is a shame.
But
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pour so much water.
that's okay. Live and learn. But yeah, looking good. Looking good.
Hands on. Keep rubbing it.
Yeah, rubbing it, smooth it on out.
There's a spot kind of like right here.
And once this starts to set up a little bit more, give it another few minutes. It's going to get nice and thick.
Goomy.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you.
And like anywhere you see burlap texture, you can hit that with a little bit of goop.
Yeah.
And yeah, make sure it's nice and saturated.
The goo men. The goo
Men
boys.
with the goo.
We are the
some
goo
good goo,
boys.
yeah.
Get both hands on there, both hands, so your hands don't dry. Hands always on.
That's good advice.
Unless you're getting more goo.
And then around the bottoms, you'll get those strings.
Yep.
We call them Klingons sometimes because they cling on. Try and smooth those onto the surface of the jacket, because any rough texture like that can really tear up your hands and arms when we're carrying this thing back to the vehicles. Some more glue under there.
Take some more goo too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Work that under that surface. There we go. Yeah, looking good.
Looking good.
A new dinosaur in this here jacket.
Yes, sir.
Exciting stuff.
This is Paleontologizing. Danny A.
Quinn had this AI song made the other day. What were your prompts for that?
It was like, make an epic theme song for this Twitch stream about a guy who teaches paleontology to, doing paleontology outreach, and it's called Paleontologizing, hosted by Danny Anduza. And I just did not know how to pronounce your name, so
it just said Danny A. And also, instead of saying live, it said live.
Yeah. Live on Twitch.
Live on Twitch, yeah. Which I guess I kind of do.
He lives for the Twitch. Lives for the Twitch.
It's better than dying on Twitch, I suppose. Living on Twitch.
Smooth.
Yeah.
I say, Danny A, he's a great Twitch streamer.
Oh no.
He's the best. That's what I tell people.
Alright. Looking good. A little bit more goop over here.
That fly kind of got pseudo-fossilized.
Entombed within the jacket. A lot of brave flies died this day. Let's not let their sacrifice be in vain. Alright, looking good, fellas.
Air pockets in here. All good.
Check down in here.
Nice.
Just keep it just smoothing it. Just nice and smooth.
Try not to overdo it though, because sometimes you end up just kind of rubbing the plaster off of it.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm pulling out.
Yeah. Got done over here. But as it sets, maybe just like feel along the skirt, make sure that it's actually clinging on the underside and everything, stuff like this.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, but nice work. Cool. I'm gonna stop touching it for a minute. Great. And let's see. Might want to pour that plaster out of the bucket.
Yeah, I know.
Just so it doesn't harden in there, because sometimes when it does that, it can crack the bucket.
I will apologize.
Okay, it's not that much.
It's my fault right there.
Better too much plaster than too little.
Yeah. I'm used to the actual like Home Depot buckets, so
Yeah.
I feel like I have a better like grasp
Gauge
on
of how much volume we're putting in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know how, but that really translates. But yeah.
I've never used these dry bags before.
Yeah, it's like a TSA, like where you put your backpack in to like, like put your backpack to the scanner.
Or like it always says that it's heavier than you think it is. Is that what you mean?
No, I was thinking of the one where you're going through like security.
Oh yeah.
Where you're like putting your backpack in those buckets.
Oh yeah, one of those.
Yeah.
They might be the same plastic tubs. Yeah, these ones. We usually use the Rubbermaid like mini dish tubs. Or that's what I'm used to using. That's what I was trained on. They're big. They are big.
Oh man,
Don't worry about it.
Plaster.
Don't worry about it. Just kick some dirt over it.
I hope someone finds that someday.
We'll carry that out and we'll put it in the trash.
Yeah. Ethan doesn't have to know.
Chat, nobody tell Ethan about what happened. Nobody tell him we wasted a little bit of plaster. This is how much we pinch pennies around here. I hope you understand. We're efficient with our materials, and when it doesn't work out that way, we get angry with ourselves.
Let's go, Danny.
Nice work. Yeah.
Oh, I had my hair tied.
That's why I said, I'm like, yeah, if you've got a watch or something on, take off any rings, any jewelry, brass knuckles, remove those before we
Your fingernails.
start the jacketing
I
process.
can pull my hair back anyway. It's so
Yeah.
dry.
And this is great. And get the
Who needs a
plaster along here. Gonna be pulling my hairs out with that.
Who needs tattoos when you got
Yeah.
plaster forever?
Yeah. And congrats on your first proper jacket, Nick.
Thank you.
Nicely
W's in the
done.
chat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
W's in the chat for Nick, please. Now I uncovered them, I crack them open, and just never really got to put them on.
Yeah.
They're fun to crack open too.
Oh yeah. Use that cast cutter.
Yeah, be a rotary
Yeah.
saw. You know, it was really fun last time because it died about halfway through,
Oh really?
so we had to go back.
It was a rechargeable one?
No, it was you just plug it in the wall.
Oh, the machine itself perished.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so we had to go and
Ontogeny.
go old school and use I guess Dan somehow had like the old saws to use to cut casts open.
Yeah, cast cutter. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the saw blade that goes like this.
Yeah.
That's what we typically use for this. You had a rotary one?
Oh no, the rotary one, yeah. Then oscillating, that's it. The oscillating one.
Yeah,
died.
yeah.
And then we had to go back to old school and
Yeah.
using a cast cutter. Oh, well,
Yeah,
my
it's
bad.
nice to do it over the bucket if we can. Sorry, I was providing a bad example.
My bad. But yeah, it was pretty fun.
Here, I'll attend to you in a minute, chat, as soon as I can get the phone out of my pocket. Get that back onto my wrist. Yeah, nicely done. Yeah. Yeah, so once that's set, you can start trenching around it, undercutting it, and flip the darn thing.
Think we can do that today?
I bet you we can.
Right on.
If we really focus on it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I might leave that mostly to you guys.
That's fair.
Or,
Super
yeah, I'll walk around with the
heavy.
camera for a little bit, then I'll come back.
Alright.
Yeah.
It's gonna be heavy.
I don't know if we're going to be able to get it out today, but it'd be nice
Yeah.
to get it flipped. And is that it for the plaster?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Maybe we'll flip it tomorrow then if you just start cutting around it. Or we could just continue excavation today too.
Okay.
It's kind of up to how you're feeling.
We could ask.
Either way is fine.
Ethan might figure it out. We might need more.
That's fine. They are big plaster tubs, you know? These are like almost twice the size of the other ones, honestly.
We also need more water too.
Yeah.
We just gypsum the rest of it.
I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah.
That'd be a bad idea.
So yeah, we'll probably flip it tomorrow.
Leading by example. Give me all these bad ideas.
Oh, here's that wind. Okay, that's good enough. Let's see what chat's up to. Hopefully we're still live. Yeah. And, yeah. Alright, chat, fill me in. What's happened? Oh, we had a raid. Beautiful. From Descartes Games. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. I'll pick up the camera in a second. Let me put this on. Alright. There we go. Excellent. Okay. Welcome everybody. Oops. To Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you guys. Yeah. I'll be back up in a few minutes, I think. We start yeah, I don't know. Work on that at your discretion, I guess. And There we go. Thanks. Welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. Sorry I couldn't be as attentive to chat as I would like last few minutes, but we were building this field jacket, this protective plaster and burlap cocoon around these horned dinosaur bones so we can get them safely back to the laboratory. This is standard procedure. This is how paleontologists do it in the field. This is how it works. Anyway, welcome to wild and beautiful western Wyoming. We're out here digging up dinosaurs in the Late Cretaceous Almond Formation. Rock's about 73 million years old, and it's exciting stuff. This is literally, groundbreaking work. These are mostly going to be new genera or species of dinosaurs that we're finding here, because these rocks are not well studied. So we're filling in some gaps in our knowledge of the evolution of dinosaurs in the Cretaceous of North America. Exciting stuff, and I'm glad you could be here for it. Yeah. And we're hoping the plaster gets spray painted pink. Sugar Linny. Spray paint doesn't seem to stick too well to plaster of Paris at least not when it's with, burlap like this, in my experience. Yeah. I don't know. We don't really have the budget for tons of pink spray paint. But anyway, it is good to have everybody here. And looks like a lot of work got done since I was last year. Yeah, Petrodactylus, you bet. Here at the Ceratopsian site. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. So glad I can share this with you. And will last year's experiment reward continue to this year? Asked Jodyfish. Experiment reward? What do you mean? For names in the acknowledgements. Yeah. These are a lot of the same sites. So, yeah, it's pretty much any of our almond stuff, I think. If you contributed $100 or more to the fundraiser, you'll get your name in the acknowledgements. I'll check with Ethan to make sure that plan is consistent with his plan. But, yeah. And Enlightened Tide says, what have you uncovered so far since you began? I've only managed to pop by a few times. Oh man, a bunch of stuff. Holy cow. Yeah, we've got 2 different duck-billed dinosaurs that we're digging up. We've got a Ceratopsian dinosaur up here, a horned dinosaur, and then there's a bunch of stuff over at Turtle Hill. A bunch of plants, a bunch of invertebrates, a bunch of turtle bits, and a lot of fish pieces. Exciting stuff. And are you going to move that by hand when it's done? You bet, Nerduino. Yeah, how you doing, Nerduino? It's good to see you, by the way. But yeah, we have to move this by hand. It is going to be heavy. That sucker probably weighs about 200 pounds. But, we'll get a team of guys on that. Bring one of those soft cloth stretchers up the hill, and we'll just walk it down very slowly and carefully. Because, as you can see, this is rugged terrain out here. And, yeah, even though it's not too far from where we can park the vehicles, it's going to take maybe an hour or so, maybe a couple hours to walk it all the way down there with a team of people. And yeah, and Formo Ebanoa says hello from Russia, hello from Wyoming, United States. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day out there in Russia. We're having a wonderful day out here in the western U.S. Digging up dinosaurs. Let me know if you've got any questions. Yeah. And Nerduino says, cool, thanks. Yeah, you bet. Yeah, it's hard work out here, but we love it, And I got to remember to drink some water, given that this is hard work. Let's do that. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And what happened to the burlap tea, says Wadoku? It became plaster. Plaster of Paris. Because, of course, we only use the finest materials here. Plaster of Paris. Anyway, I've made that joke a million times. But, yeah. We'll talk for a minute about well, in a couple minutes maybe, about what kind of dinosaur we're digging up, what we know about it so far. Let me put my watch back on. Here. Trying to do this with one hand. Trying to get plaster off my wrist. There we are. There we go. That way I can tell what time it is and not get grievously sunburned on my watch tan line. Excuse me. Yeah, and whew. Penguin Angel says, "Hi, I just found you. I'm so excited to see your finds. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing." Let me introduce myself real quick for anybody who's new here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. So we've been out here in Wyoming for about 12 days now. We've done about 11 days of digging so far, and we'll be going until the end of the month. So it's going to be a full month's worth of field work, streaming as often as I can, as close to every day as is possible. Yeah, we're digging in the Late Cretaceous almond formation. So rocks about 73 million years old. Later in the summer, I'll be digging in rocks that are about 135, almost 140 million years old. Anywho, and I'm really excited to be able to bring this to you. When I'm not out here in the field, I'm streaming from my office back home in the San Francisco Bay Area. So that's going over new pieces of fossil news, new publications, talking about the portrayals of dinosaurs and other critters in popular culture, doing interviews with other paleontologists, all that good stuff. But right now, I'm broadcasting to you from the middle of nowhere via the magic of solar power and satellite internet. So this is how all of this is possible. Yeah. And Slim Shady WP says hi. Hi to you too, Slim. How you doing? Yeah. And Wadoku, I'm glad you like my voice. Thank you. I realized a while ago I don't really have to yell into this microphone. So yeah, I can talk at a reasonable volume and save my voice, conserve some moisture out here. Oh, and Thursday Birds Day. Yeah, we do Thursday Birds Day on Thursdays as well when I'm back in the office. We won't be doing another one of those until July. I will be back in the office for a brief hiatus, getting some R&R here. I'll be on shore leave, so to speak, from the beginning of July to about July 14th, and then I fly back out to Utah, and I'll be doing fieldwork in the Cedar Mountain Formation with the Utah Geological Survey from about July 15th or so, 16th, to hopefully like middle of August. Depends on how things go out there, how long we stay, but I'll probably be coming back to the Bay Area around August 12th or so, something like that. Yeah. And Aesir, thank you. You can listen to his voice in an audiobook any day of the week. They're using my voice for audiobooks now? I need to look into this. I didn't give anybody permission. And Mother of Cats SC says, hello, I'm new. Hello, Mother of Cats. It's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? Let's talk a little bit about this dinosaur that we're digging up here. This is going to be a Ceratopsian. We know it's a horned dinosaur because we found bits of its frill last year and some more bits of its frill this year too. We don't know what kind it is yet, and it stands a very good chance. I'm not going to give you a number percentage-wise, but very, very good chance of being a new species or even a new genus of horned dinosaur. So let me find you my visual aids in here to help explain this. Where's my Ceratopsian skeletal? There we go. So, this kind of critter. This is a skeletal diagram of Pentaceratops, if I remember correctly. The 5-horned face. You know, it has 3 horns. 1, 2, 3. Those are paired right there, the brow horns of the eyes. So far from this animal that we have, which seems to be kind of similar to Pentaceratops, but distinctly different from what we can tell, we've got parts of the frill here, the squamosal bone. We might have some squamosal parietal like suture right there, not the suture, but you know, the contact between those two bones. We might also have some epis. The episquamosals and epiparietals are the spiky bits that stick off of the edge of the frill right there. Looks like we have some of those, and there's even a chance we've got a bit of horn material. But we're still figuring that out. There's also what seem to be some ribs from the site, which may be from this animal. Not totally sure. But there's a whole bunch of different ceratopsians that have been named from mostly across North America, but there's a few from other places as well. So these are just the chasmosaurians here, just some of them. On the other side, we've got some of the centrosaurians, the two major groups of ceratopsid dinosaur, horned dinosaur. You're probably familiar with Triceratops, right here, and right here, and right here. These are all Triceratops. Shoot, I would also say that, where's our number 40? It's controversial, but I consider Torosaurus, it's probably just an adult Triceratops. Not just, it's really cool how much they change. But anyway, Ceratopsians, lots of different horn and frill shapes. It's a very diverse group of dinosaurs. They were really successful throughout the Late Cretaceous, evolving all kinds of different morphologies to their skulls. And our guy seems to be different from any that have ever been found so far, as near as we can tell. It's being worked on in the laboratory, and now we're finding more pieces of it out here too, the same individual. And that's what makes this work so exciting. This is almost certainly a new kind of dinosaur, and we're stoked about that. Yeah. And oh, and hello, is that you, Colin? It goes just landed in Dallas, waiting for a delayed flight back to Pittsburgh now. Is that you there, Colin? Calyx Gaming? Well, Ceratopsian's in good hands with us. Yeah, sorry to see you go last night. Colin took off from camp like 5:30 this morning to go catch a flight back to Pittsburgh. But, yeah, he was out working with us for 10 days, I think, or something close to that. Yeah. Say hi to Matt LaManna for us out there in Pittsburgh, and hope you have a decent flight. I hope it's not delayed too much. Maybe they'll give you a flight voucher or something. I don't know. I hope it's a pleasant journey home, Colin. Yeah. And Toyo says, what state are you in? I would hope it's obvious from the text up here. I don't know which side it is. I think it should be up here. It should say Wyoming. Also in the title it should say Wyoming. We're here in Wyoming. A state lots of people forget about. It is the least populous state in the United States. The fewest people live in Wyoming out of all 50 states in the U.S. And out here, that is unsurprising when you look at this landscape. Yeah. Yeah. Not a whole lot of people out here, for sure. Of course, we are out in the middle of nowhere, but even so, there's like maybe 400,000 or 500,000 people who live in Wyoming. What's the current population of Wyoming? Somebody look it up, if you wouldn't mind. But yeah, I think there are more sheep in this state than there are people. And there could be more dinosaurs buried in the ground than there are people. Wyoming's a magical place like that. We're lucky to be here. Yeah. And let's see, 578,000 or 581,000. Nice. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Ranked 50th. That's nuts. Yeah. There are more people who live in the city of San Francisco than live in this entire state. Population density out here, if you average over the entire state, is extraordinarily low. Yeah. It's probably something like less than one person per square mile, I would imagine. Something like that. Yeah. And San Francisco's your hometown. I'm from the Bay Area too, mother of cats. Yeah, I live in the East Bay. Yeah, that's home. Anyway, welcome, mother of cats. Yeah. More room for wasps. There you go, Wadoku. And we certainly do have them here in spades. More people live in Boston than Wyoming. Yes, indeed, Presbydardy. Yes, indeed. Even though Wyoming is like 2 or maybe even 3 times as big as the city of Boston. No, I'm kidding. It's like 1,000,000 times bigger. Yeah. And Colin says that Ceratopsian has the best of the best working on it. Ceratop dogs for life. Appreciate it, Danny. Give my love to the guys up there. Let me go do that right now. Yeah, let's go see him. And 5.97 square miles. Interesting, Murph. Thank you. Hey, guess who's in the chat right now?
It's Sir Colin.
It's Colin. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, his flight got delayed, which is that's lousy, but at least he gets to tune in and see what he's missing here. Wish you were still here, man. But yeah.
Nice.
There's Nick.
Hey, Colin.
There's Quinn. And look at this jacket we put together. Nice stuff.
I know he's steaming right now.
Yeah. But good looking jacket. It's nice to finally have that capped.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about stepping on it or bison stampede running it over. Actually, I guess that if we did have a bison stampede, that would still be a problem. I've not seen any bison out here yet, but yeah. And I'm surprised that we didn't have any wasps like getting mired in the plaster like it's a tar pit.
I am kind of surprised as well.
Yeah.
I must have gotten preoccupied with something else. Bugging someone else. So
Yep.
you can be jealous that you didn't get to do this, Colin, but at least you're out of the wasps.
And the heat
nest.
and the wind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your nice Dallas love. Fort Love.
He says, "Oh my God, it's beautiful." Yeah. 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 Nice. Nice. Anyway, let me answer some questions and drink some more water. I gotta remind myself to do that. Yeah. If anybody's got any questions at all about what we're doing here, or about dinosaur fossil science in general, or about the history of life on Earth, or the philosophy of science, don't hesitate to ask. It's the reason why I do these broadcasts live, rather than, doing a pre-recorded video, is to make it easier to interact live, to get your questions answered, all that stuff. I want this to be, I don't know if immersive is the right word, but at least engrossing, interesting, interactive. So yeah, do not hesitate with those questions. You're loving the air conditioning in Dallas? Nice, Colin. Nice. Yeah. Relzu says, what is the process of digging up a dinosaur? That's what we're trying to show you here. Yeah. It's too long of a process to show you over the course of one stream, but over the course of the summer you'll see that. Because I'm going to be streaming hopefully every day till the end of June as we dig up more of these dinosaurs at these different sites here. But just a quick run through. I'll tell rather than show for the moment at least. Once you find a dinosaur site, you go out prospecting, you find little bits of bone, you follow them up, you find the source. Say you've got a dinosaur skeleton that's poking out right there. You start to dig in around it, and you try and expose the tops of the bones. You dig from the top down, and you leave the bones in the ground. You just expose the top of them. You kind of pedestal around them, and then you do what we call jacketing. So up there, we've got a plaster jacket. It's like building a protective cocoon around the bones. using strips of burlap, which people from the UK call hessian, I think. It's like almost jute fabric. It's this loosely woven, really cheap fabric, like potato sacks. That's burlap there. You take that, cut it into strips, you soak it in plaster of Paris to make kind of a makeshift bandage. You wrap the whole fossil and not each of the individual bones. If you can get them separate, you wrap them separately. Sometimes you wrap them together if they're too close together. And you let that harden around it to make that nice protective jacket. And then once that's hardened, you can dig underneath, you flip it over, you remove the rest of the rock from the underside, and then you jacket the bottom of it. Then you've got this nice protective cocoon. You can bring the bones back to the laboratory. So these have been in the ground for tens of millions of years. And as soon as you expose them to the outside air, they start to degrade. They've been safe there in the ground for all this time, except for the bits that are poking out. And so you want to get this thing as protected as you can, as quickly as you can. You bring it back to the laboratory, and then that's when the slow, painstaking work of cleaning it begins. We don't do too much of the cleaning of the fossils out here at the beginning, just because these are not controlled conditions. You get wild and crazy stuff that happens out here in the middle of nowhere. Sudden thunderstorms, windstorms, there's bugs everywhere. These are not controlled laboratory conditions. That's where you do the precise cleaning work in the lab. The point of us being out here and digging these things up is just to get them out of the ground as quickly and safely as possible. And then the detail work happens in the laboratory. And Balmer says, what does the hole in your hat mean? What do you mean? Hole in my hat? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you mean the one for the... So you could put a string through there, but it fits well enough. I don't need to put a string through there. Yeah. Do you stream the detailed cleaning? I do not, La Boca Loca, because I don't... I do my streams back from when I'm back home in civilization. I do streams from my office, and that's not in a fossil prep lab. There's usually a whole laboratory setting there. You've got all kinds of specialized, or not, I wouldn't call it specialized equipment. Some of it is, I suppose. You've got dust collection, so these tubes that come down and they suck up the dust. You've got things like air scribes. It's like a tiny pneumatic jackhammer, handheld, and you use that to remove bits of rock from the fossil. It goes bzzz. It sounds like a dentist drill, but it's like a tiny air-powered jackhammer. You use that for chipping away bits of rock to get into the fossil. There's all kinds of glues and adhesives and epoxies and stuff like that we use, and it's all in air-conditioned comfort, so you can really concentrate, because it can be really painstaking work. Sometimes when you're cleaning a fossil like that, when you're doing what we call fossil preparation, that's the process of removing the rock, cleaning the bone. Sometimes it's really difficult because the rock is much tougher than the bone is, and so I've heard it compared to like trying to extract a marshmallow from a block of concrete without damaging the marshmallow. Just chip away bits and bits and bits of the really hard rock and expose that delicate bone. And Wadoku says, man, that must be an amazing feeling when you're all done with the cleaning. It is. I've done that before, and knowing that this thing that's laid in the ground for tens of millions of years got brought back to the laboratory, didn't look like, it's just all covered in rock and crud, all kinds of matrix all around it. Being able to remove all of that and have this thing glued up, nice and strong, ready for its journey into the collections, so it can be there in the drawers and, we can study it and publish on it. That is a good feeling for certain. And any use of the mustard bottle? Yes, DNH, absolutely. Yeah, we've been using those at some of the other sites. Well, I don't know if we have one here yet, but maybe I'll go look in the supply box and see if we've got it up here. And let's see. Dinosaur skin. Still stretchy and all. Ricky Morrow immediately thought it was fake news. Yeah, so we've got dinosaur skin at one of our sites here, but it is not stretchy. No, that's like a gross exaggeration. It's literally rock. It's turned to stone. if it were still stretchy, it would not have survived tens of millions of years. They might be getting that mixed up with Mary Schweitzer's work on soft tissue inside of dinosaur bones, where you can still get tiny, like almost microscopic bits of collagen and proteins and stuff, where if you re-soak that in various solutions, you can get it to stretch. But that's very different from finding stretchy dinosaur skin, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Did I prep away any feather? There you go, Mayor Space. Yeah. And very funny, Anodyne Quinine. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There probably is a dinosaur behind me if I look around. I've heard some recently. Yeah. That sounds like a rock wren. I hear a meadowlark over there too. Birds. Birds are living dinosaurs. I know you're making a joke, Anodyne, but you're not incorrect. There are birds around here. Not a great many, because this is a very arid environment, and it's tough to make a living out here. But we do get birds, various species of bird. And birds are living dinosaurs. They're part of the theropod group of dinosaurs. The two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs, many of whom had feathers, as we've known since about the mid-1990s. And savage beasts. Yeah, some birds can be fairly savage. The insects around here have been a bit more troublesome, though, I'm afraid to report. A bit of plastic hole on your hat. It's not. I don't know why everybody's making a big deal out of that hole in my hat. I've had this hat for 16 years at this point, and that's never been a problem. It's just part of the hat. You know? Yeah. Then MLS says, it blew my mind when I learned that birds are dinosaurs? And I'm mad I didn't learn it sooner. I wish this sort of thing were taught in schools, you know? Because it's established scientific fact now. You know, ask any paleontologist, ask any ornithologist, bird scientist, ask any evolutionary biologist, ask anybody who knows a thing or two about animals, they'll tell you birds are living dinosaurs. And I really wish this were, you know, common knowledge. Doing my part to try and make that happen, but especially here in the U.S., evolution education is one of those things that is very much frowned upon in a lot of school districts, if not most of them. People are really afraid. Some people are very, very afraid of the idea that living things change over time. But, yeah, if you don't understand that, you don't understand biology in the slightest. It's the fundamental principle in all of life sciences. I sincerely wish it were properly taught in schools. That's what I'm trying to do here. And yeah, life's a changin'. It is, Wadoku. It is. And I need to drink some more water. I really do. Sporky says the schools don't want to risk a legal battle, I'm assuming. It's not really that, because under U.S. law, you know, you should be teaching science. It's more that, a lot of teachers are not necessarily very well educated in biology. Because, you know, it's kind of a self-replicating problem. And also, textbook publishers are often pressured by creationists to just kind of remove that stuff from the textbooks. A lot of biology textbooks don't really even touch on evolution. Because in the U.S., there's different school board. Instead of having like a national curriculum or something like that, a lot of curriculum decisions are actually made at the local level. So sometimes there might be multiple school districts within a very small geographic region, and each one of those might have a totally different curriculum. There's no real strong standardization, especially when we're talking about things like biology. Yeah, I can't say it's a good system, but it's the system we've got. Vingsurg says, good afternoon and hello. A viewer of mine recommended rating you, so here we are. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're digging up a dinosaur here in western Wyoming, and here to walk you through it and answer your questions. after I drink some water. Let me get some of that. It's very dry out here, and I'm doing a lot of talking. Got to fill this thing up again a bit. All right. Yeah. One of my closest friends moved out to Western Wyoming. Very cool, Lunaseer. Very, very cool. You know, it's a nice place. A lot of good fossils here, for sure. Let me come up and show you what we've been working on. So I'm here today with Quinn Hawkins and Nick Hornacek. We're digging up a new Ceratopsian dinosaur, or what will very likely be a new Ceratopsian dinosaur. Can't make a totally confident statement right now, still in the field, that it's going to be a new species or a new genus. But the likelihood is very high based on the rocks that we're digging in, where there are no Ceratopsian dinosaurs that have been named from this particular time and place. And also, this one looks different from all the ones I've ever seen. So, very high likelihood it's new. And there's the big frill jacket that we just made on stream a little while ago. Protective plaster and burlap cocoon.
Right here.
Yeah, thank you, Quinn, for pointing it out.
Yeah. I'm using your brush, by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's great. That's what it's there for.
All right.
Yeah. Just don't chew all the bristles off it, or anything like that. I've had that brush for a long time. I think Denver Fowler gave me that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a good brush. Hog hair, I think.
Oh, I can see that.
Yeah. Denver always just say those are proper British hogs. Gave that hair for that brush.
Hamilton.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's Nick. And this is pretty well set up now. Nice. Good stuff. So if you guys want, you could start kind of cutting underneath that.
Yeah.
Or just continue working over there. The order doesn't really matter that much. We're not going to get this thing out today, so we'll have to bottom jacket it tomorrow.
I think Ethan, probably is too busy to
Oh, yeah.
get over and grab stuff
Yeah.
from the camp, so.
They're focusing on the hadrosaur site, trying to get that closed out.
Yeah, so...
Luke is he's got this Captain Ahab-like drive to get that done before he leaves on Friday. So I think they'll probably get it, or die trying. Sink the Pequod.
I admire him for that.
Yeah.
But
we've got a full excavation permit for this. This is not our highest priority. It's super important, but other stuff we've got more of a time crunch with. We can afford to spend a little bit more time on this guy here. Yeah. Yeah. Well, good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, and people are saying hi to you, Quinn, and to Nick.
Howdy.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Awesome. Oh, Quinn, can I put you on the spot for a music recommendation for today?
I do.
Ooh.
Listen to this Australian band. They have one album out right now called The Burrs Band.
The Burrs Band.
Yeah, if you like Creedence Clearwater Revival.
CCR.
It's a little bit of kind of that vibe.
But Australian.
But Australian.
Do their accents come out in it?
Not really.
Interesting.
I did a little research into them, and I was like, who is this band? And they put out one album, and it is so good. It's
Nice.
so good.
Cool.
So, if you like that kind of road trippy music too.
Yeah.
That's kind of it's a good band to check out.
Very nice. How do you spell Burrs?
B-U-R-E-S.
B-U-R-E-S, the Burrs Band.
Yeah.
Cool.
I thought they were straight from the 70s.
Yeah.
And I was like, I saved them in my old school folder.
Uh-huh.
And then I checked the date on when the album came out. I was like, 2023. I'm like, oh, how about that? So,
Awesome.
Yeah, show that band some love.
Excellent. Thanks, Quinn. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so the guys are going to keep working here for a while. I'll stay out of their hair for a few minutes, at least. Answering some questions and stuff. Yeah. And someone says they have a bucket for facilities. I bet you the Burrs Band is probably better equipped than that. I would hope. Australia's, they They're becoming a modern country. They have buildings, they have electricity now. I heard they're going to get internet pretty soon. I'm sure they've got more than just a bucket for facilities.
They just ran
I
electricity
think
up
they're
like
talking about.
crocodiles.
I think they're talking about here.
I know, I'm kidding.
Oh, well, went over my head.
I do this thing, Nick, sometimes where I pretend to be even dumber than I am on stream. And I think it's funny, but sometimes people don't get it.
Goes over my head. My reflexes are too catch on.
Anyway. And...
Damn, I look like an idiot.
No, you're good. Anywho. Any other questions you got? Do not hesitate. I hope we didn't get too many people raiding in and then leaving immediately when I was doing the jacketing there. But sorry, I'm on a crew doing work. This is, streaming is not the number one priority out here. Actually doing the scientific work, collecting these dinosaurs, gathering data, getting specimens out of the ground, that's the important stuff. And streaming always has to take a back seat to that. So I hope you understand. And I appreciate you not making too much of a fuss about it, chat. Let's see. Oh, Luna's here. I appreciate the compliment. Is himbo a compliment? Well, you said genius paleontologist. I don't know if I'd claim that mantle. Claim that characterization, but thank you. Anywho. Sometimes it's nice to just take a deep breath and enjoy the landscape and be present. It's like, holy cow, I am out here in the middle of nowhere with a crew of really cool people. We're at the forefront of science here. We're collecting new dinosaurs. How lucky am I? I've worked a lot of odd jobs in my life, many of which I did not particularly enjoy. I had a lot of 9-to-5s that did not feel like meaningful work. I'm incredibly lucky to be out here and be part of this project, be able to contribute my knowledge and experience and whatever bits of muscle I can muster, all that stuff, in service of the advancement of science. It's a tremendous honor to be out here, and even though the conditions can be a bit primitive, even though things can be a little rough at times, like, for instance, pooping into a bucket, like someone brought up earlier. That is what we do every morning, 7 a.m., make a trip over to the bucket. Even though it's not always comfortable out here, there's something really magical about fieldwork. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I was born to do this, and it's a tremendous privilege to be able to, not just to do this, but to be able to share it with you at home. So I'm really glad you're here. Let me know if you got any questions. Let's see. Bailey P says, as a paleontologist, do you have to learn a lot about geology as well? Oh, no, definitely, yes. So paleontology as a discipline is kind of a weird mixture of biology and geology. So out here in the field, we do a bunch of geology. We're looking at these rocks. That's how we find these fossils in the first place. You have to be able to trace, the different geological formations throughout here. So you look out across there, and you go, okay, well, we're in the Almond Formation here. That's a kind of like grayish layer there. Below it, you have, what's that called? The Eagle Sandstone? And then, and I think all that's marine. Above it, you've got, if I'm recalling correctly, the Lewis Shale. Sorry, it's been a long day so far. You have to be able to trace this particular band of rocks throughout this whole area if you want to find those fossils in the first place. You've got to be able to read the rocks to be able to know where one formation starts and the other one ends in order to be able to find dinosaurs out here. You've got to really know a thing or two about geology in order for any of this to be possible in the first place. Hope that makes sense. Geology is very important to paleontology. It's funny, geologists like to claim paleontologists as some of them. They're like, oh yeah, as geologists we study the earth and rocks, and we study fossils. Geologists love to claim paleontologists as part of geology. And likewise, biologists like to claim paleontologists part of biology as well. We're kind of there in the middle. We're using stuff from both different fields. It's all integrative like that. Personally, I'm much more on the biological side of things in terms of my own published research, the projects that I work on. I don't do a whole lot of geological thinking when I'm actually writing papers and stuff like that. But that's all background. You've got to have a background in geology in order to understand any of this stuff, in order for it to make sense. I hope that makes sense as I'm explaining it. Kind of like a love child of both. There you go, Spinonicus art. There you go. Paleontology is the illegitimate daughter of biology and geology. But man, is she cool. Everybody loves her. And biology and geology have split custody of paleontology. There you go, Lenina. I like that. And Volcano Doc, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Speaking of geologists, Volcano Doc is here in the chat right now, and she's a real-life volcanologist. Geologist who studies volcanoes. Volcano Doc, I felt a little bad when we raided in the other day because there were so many viewers, but I hope you got a ton of follows and new subscriptions, and I hope people are discovering your awesome streams, because you do some really cool stuff. Volcano Doc is, she's got such a cool story, kind of a non-traditional path into science, kind of similar to my own in some small ways, I suppose, but yeah. If you like very serious science that's also very unpretentious, check out Volcano Doc. She's an excellent researcher and good at explaining these different concepts to a lay audience. And her streams are just fun too. Even doing things like manuscript revisions or talking about the publishing process. She makes this stuff entertaining in a way that's kind of effortless. So check out Melissa over at Volcano Doc. And is the bucket unisex? Right now the camp is unisex, unfortunately, Gary and Kellis. We ain't got no ladies in camp. It's a little embarrassed at how kind of stereotypical things are at the moment. But we should have some ladies showing up at some point in the near-ish future. But right now it's just us guys in camp. What kind of bird is that? Is that a kingbird? Or who are you? Who are you over there? Yeah, right there. Flycatcher, maybe? Holding its tail up at an up angle and kind of wagging it up and down. Who are you, you beautiful bird? I don't know who you are. You're not a meadowlark. You're not a mourning dove. You're not a magpie or a rock wren. Who are you? Some white banding on the forehead, it looks like. Brown streaks on the wings, dark brown tail, gray head. Yeah. Who are you? You're very pretty. Holding her beak open. I wonder if that's to cool herself off. She's just kind of flitting around in the sagebrush here. Who are you? Yeah. Who are you? Lovely little theropod dinosaur. You are gorgeous. Anybody in chat think they know? I'm not familiar with you. Who are you? She seems curious. She's like, what is this weird two-legged mammal walking around? I don't see those up very often. Is this a predator or is it prey? No, we're just here doing Doing science here, little bird. We're not here to eat you or get eaten by you. So cast those thoughts from your pretty little head. Huh. Bird searching for bugs on the plants? That would make sense. Wildest cannon, yeah. Let's hope she finds some. She should go up by the quarry. We got wasps everywhere. Go eat some of those. They're bothering us. Plover, lapwing. Definitely not a plover. I don't really know what a lapwing is supposed to look like, but I want to say it's larger than that. It's a bird about the same size as a house sparrow, but with a longer tail. Kind of white banding coming down from the eyes, like white streaks, and then brown streaks on the wing feathers as they're pulled back over her back, and then a dark brown, longish tail. Don't know what she is. She kind of bobs the tail up and down, too. I say she just because I hope somebody around here is female. Too many guys around here. Yeah. And well, lapwings are plovers. Yeah, definitely not a plover. Some kind of little passerine bird. Yeah. Interesting. You probably couldn't get a good look at her because this camera doesn't zoom at all. It's a fisheye lens. I'd love to be able to figure that out. Maybe do a Merlin thing later. And too many guys on the dance floor. Yes, Claire Burr, like the Flight of the Conchords song, slightly paraphrased. Thank you for paraphrasing. Soulfree says, would you rather eat a Big Macosaurus or a Whopper Raptor? Which one of those is vegetarian friendly? I'll take that one. I'm not really a meat guy myself. To each their own. And that camera feed is 4K or better. It's actually 720p. King of Twitch, Houston, Texas. This is, yeah, we're at 720, 30 frames per second. I might be able to bump it up higher than this, but this is, we know that this works at least. So, man, second gust of wind. So we're going to keep it where it is for now. And Ricky Morrow says, have you ever dug up eggs? Yeah, I've collected some eggshell before out in Utah. That was only like very briefly. We spent maybe a couple hours at that site. But it was, I think, early Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation eggshell. Yeah. Never any whole eggs, though. Excuse me. And Anodyne Quining says, are you using a cell connection or something else? Something else. Let me show you. Here is our solar satellite setup. So we've got our solar panels here, right there. What are we at battery-wise? 100%, beautiful. We're running at a surplus. And there's our satellite dish and the internet router. Here's the bag I used to carry it in. It's a slightly bulky setup, but you need something like that way out here in the middle of nowhere. Don't get good cell coverage here, so this is what we need. This allows me to stream from pretty remote areas, digging dinosaurs, and it's not even too expensive per month. I think I'm paying $150 a month for this. Pretty darn good. Let's hope they don't decide to upcharge me. And man, what times we live in, incredible technology, says Wadoku. Pretty cool. Yeah, broadcasting to you from here in Wyoming. Signal's going to space and back. Holy cow. This thing's talking with the satellites. I wish I could show you the process for how it boots up, but it doesn't have signal when it's doing that, so it's catch-22. I can't show you because it's not connected to the internet. But you just plug it in and it goes zzz, and starts searching for satellites. Eventually it stops and we get signal. Pretty cool stuff. And Starlink will soon send phone calls via T-Mobile support. Interesting. I make phone calls all the time via Starlink because my phone runs off of Wi-Fi. I've got Google Fi, which often uses T-Mobile's network, I think. But out here, if I need to make a phone call and I don't have cellular service, then I'll just boot up the Starlink if we've got enough juice for it in the battery, and I'll make calls that way. Yeah, it's a good system so far. Works pretty well. And yeah, Google Fi, I really like it, La Vaca Loca. It's like 20 or 30 bucks a month for my cell phone bill. That's it. That's it. It's great. Can you show the setup one more time? I suppose, Phantom Bree, for you. There we go. So we got satellite dishes here. Or excuse me, solar panels here. We've got a solar battery, and that is powering our satellite dish and our wireless router. It's not really a wireless router because you see the wires coming out of the back, but it does give off Wi-Fi. Do they make truly wireless routers? I'm sure they do. I've never worked in tech support or anything. I'm a paleontologist, you know, not an IT professional. But yeah, there you go. That's our setup there. It might have been a Carolina wren. Really, Jody Fish? Out here in Wyoming? That would make sense. It looked kind of similar to the rock wrens, but behaved differently, had a shorter beak, longer tail. I still see it flitting around down there. I'll have to look that up. Do we get Carolina wrens in Wyoming? I know the state bird of Wyoming, of which we've seen many of here so far, is the western meadowlark. And there's like 9 different states that have the western meadowlark as their state bird. What were they thinking? You get one state bird, or one general state bird. Some birds have state birds of prey and stuff. But you get a state bird, like, at least pick a bird that no one else has picked yet. What are you thinking? Wyoming, Montana, I think at least one of the Dakotas, I think it's North Dakota, and several of the Plains states, it might be like Kansas and Nebraska, all have the western meadowlark as their state bird. They ought to change that. There's so many different species of bird to choose from. But I think everybody wants to be the first to have a particular one. Some states, you know, there needs to be a class of 4th graders to get together, and they'll be like, we don't want the western meadowlark. Other states have that. We're going to be brave. We're going to choose a new bird and pick some bird that's of particular meaning to the people of that state and run with it. Pass a law, get it changed. Basic bird, says Volcano Doc. Yep. And state bird dino boy discussion. Yes, indeed, yeah. Some states have a state dinosaur. Wyoming has a state fossil, which is also a dinosaur. Wyoming state fossil is Triceratops. I think that's their state fossil. I think they don't have a specific designated state dinosaur. I think their state fossil is a dinosaur. Other states like Utah have both a state fossil and a state dinosaur. For Utah, Allosaurus is their state fossil, which is a dinosaur. And then Utah raptor is their state dinosaur. It's also a dinosaur. So they've got, yeah, a state fossil, which is a dinosaur, and also a designated state dinosaur, too. Interesting stuff. We had a leaf, not a dinosaur, says Ghosty Lane. Yeah, I can't think of any dinosaurs that have been found in Oregon. You've got a lot of really cool Cenozoic fossils. The John Day fossil beds are there in Oregon. World famous fossil site, very scientifically important. No dinosaurs, though. You don't have rocks of the right age on the surface to be able to find dinosaurs there. Not of the right age and the right type. And gotta head out. All right, Wadoku, thank you. Thanks for being here. And
ontogeny.
Yogurt Garrel says these field streams have been so good. Thank you for bringing us to your digs. We're so lucky to have you. I'm so lucky to have you watching Yogurt Carol and subscribing for the past 37 months, Yogurt Carol. Thank you very much for that. That is exquisite. I appreciate your ongoing support. And will I be seeing you at TwitchCon this year, Yogurt Carol? I hope so. It was wonderful meeting you in person. Hope to see you again. A Bewix run. Interesting, A. Rodimus. I'll have to look that up. You know what? Let's open up Merlin right here. And you will. Excellent, Yogurt Carol. Excellent. I can't wait. Let's open up the Merlin app. Merlin Bird ID. Enable location access. And step by step. Alright, found it today. Sparrow sized or smaller. Brown. I saw it in trees or bushes. Not a house sparrow, not a house finch. Could be a house, it's not a house wren. Could be a song sparrow. They are rare out here. That doesn't look right though. Chipping sparrow, I don't think it's very likely. Vesper sparrow, no. Not a white-crowned sparrow, not a pine siskin, not a warbler, not a nuthatch, not a barn swallow, not a starling, not a blackbird. It doesn't have it. No. Weird. I don't know what it is. It's not any of those. Bizarre. Had a longer tail and white streaks going down from its eyes. I've seen several of them out here. It's not the first one. There's a few of them. So I don't imagine it's a very rare bird. Let's see. Looks kind of like a lark. It was a little small for a lark, but I don't know. Again, I'm not an ornithologist. I'm a paleontologist. I work on extinct dinosaurs, not the living ones. Although I do appreciate those living birds, those living theropod dinosaurs. They're pretty darn cool. And thank you, Murph, for reposting. And very funny, Smitty1 where Ben ontogeny recapitulates philately. Very funny. It's phylogeny, as you well know. But it's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. What were amphibians like 73 million years ago? They were squishy. They mostly stayed in the water, like amphibians today. Mostly small critters. No, we've got... So from the late Cretaceous of North America, I don't know if we found many amphibian fossils here in the Almond Formation yet. That's a question for when we go to Turtle Hill, I suppose. But I found a bunch of amphibian fossils up in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations. So things like salamander vertebrae, and other bits of salamander, and like, what are they called? The salamanders and newts and their allies are caudatans? Is that right? They're not anurans, they're caudatans? Anyway, salamanders, newts, critters like that. Found a bunch of vertebrae from them. And some of them got fairly large. This area 73 million years ago would have been beautiful habitat for critters like salamanders and newts and their relatives. Because it did not look like this 73 million years ago. It looked very, very different. Today we're up in the high desert, about 7,000 feet above sea level. Did not look like this back then. Back then, this area was sea level, 73 million years ago, when we were right on the coast of an ancient inland sea, the Western Interior Seaway, in which swam mosasaurs and plesiosaurs and other great marine reptiles. An area that looked like this. This is a map of North America, around about 70 million years ago. Here is the state of Wyoming, right here. We're about right there, right as I'm speaking to you. Somewhere in here. And back then, the seaway had expanded. So the seaway advanced and retreated, ebbed and flowed, expanded and contracted over millions of years. And at this particular time where we're digging, it had kind of just receded a little bit. It was more advanced than you see here. Seaway was wider, probably extended out through Texas. So you had the modern Caribbean kind of connecting with the western interior seaway. But this would have been beachfront property 73 million years ago. And there were all kinds of cool critters swimming around, walking around, flying around, doing their thing in this kind of low-lying floodplain environment. Picture like modern-day Louisiana, the Mississippi Delta. You had all kinds of different trees. I know I'm repeating myself. If you've been here before, it's a standard explanation for anybody who's new here. But yeah, the kinds of plants we had here that we found fossils of are things like magnolias and laurels, maybe sycamores and dogwoods. And we've even got some palm fossils. There were palm trees here in Wyoming 73 million years ago. Much warmer climate than it is today, and much wetter too. Again, picture a Louisiana bayou or the Mississippi Delta. In the water, you had things like freshwater sharks and skates and rays, like freshwater stingrays. You had lots of bony fishes like gar and like bowfin. In particular, we've got some really cool bowfin fossils from just over the hill from this quarry at a place called Turtle Hill. And then you had lots of turtles too. Turtles everywhere, all kinds of different turtles. Soft-shelled turtles, hard-shelled turtles, dome-shelled turtles, kind of flat-shelled turtles. This really was an age of turtles. And the Hell Creek Formation, which is just a little bit younger than the rocks here, that's like peak turtle diversity. You had something like 25 different species of turtle, all living in the same time in the same place. This would have been a turtle paradise. So that's the kind of environment we're talking about. And of course, you've got dinosaurs walking around. Horned dinosaurs, like our Ceratopsian we're digging up here. We had duck-billed dinosaurs chewing on plants. We had tyrannosaurs, stalking them from behind the trees. You had ankylosaurs, our armored dinosaurs. You probably had pachycephalosaurs, leptoceratopsids, ornithomimids, probably dromaeosaurs, your raptor dinosaurs like from Jurassic Park. All living here. Just, it would have been a paradise for dinosaurs too. They lived well here. And we find their remains. We're very lucky to be able to do that. And I'm very lucky to be able to stream this and talk about it. So glad you're here. Shame there's no Xiphactinus around, says Pandasaurus. They would have been out in the seaway. You might actually find their remains if you look in the shales and the marine rocks that kind of bookend the Almond Formation. Nobody's really explored this area much for any kind of vertebrate fossils since the 1930s. So maybe you would have Xiphactinus. And what in the environment allowed dinosaurs to get so big, says La Vaca Loca? There were a lot of plants around, but dinosaur bigness is really kind of an adaptational, like it's an evolutionary adaptation. It's something that dinosaurs evolved that was one of the reasons why they were so successful, it seems. There's a number of different anatomical traits that different dinosaur groups developed that allowed them to get way bigger than today's modern mammals walking around on land. Particularly with sauropods, your long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, they had a lot of different adaptations like hollow bones. Their vertebrae and their ribs were pneumatic. There were hollows in there that were connected to their respiratory system. So not only did that help oxygenate their cells better, it also made them much more lightweight so they could grow larger and larger. That combined with being able to process food very efficiently, not bothering to chew your food, just gulping down plant material whole and then digesting it in your guts, allowed them to feed that massive bulk in a really efficient way. You don't have to stop and slowly chew your food, you just gulp that stuff down. That's what they were doing. So some people will tell you, oh, well, maybe dinosaurs got big because there was more oxygen back then, or there was less gravity, or something like that. There's no evidence for any of this stuff. Dinosaurs got so very large because they evolved some really cool adaptations for large size. Hope that makes sense. You just gulp down plants whole. Sibley, you really should chew your food. You're not a sauropod dinosaur. You're not adapted for that. And Rat Finks says, can you recommend any resources for a 3-year-old just beginning to be interested in dinosaurs? We're in the UK, so no USA museums, books, videos, etc. at that level. For 3 years old. Books for a 3-year-old. That's a good question. I've got a niece and a nephew who are right about that age. Let me think. Oh, Dinosaur Train. How did I not think of that first? There's a... Maybe you have heard of PBS here in the United States, Public Broadcasting Service. It's kind of like an answer to BBC, but not as well funded, unfortunately. But they produced a show called Dinosaur Train a few years ago, and it's kind of hosted by paleontologist Scott Sampson. I would recommend that for the kiddos. And then there's a number of different books that I really enjoyed when I was kind of a littler kiddo. You'll find all kinds of cool books nowadays, but there's one from the mid-90s maybe, called An Alphabet of Dinosaurs, written by Peter Dodson, illustrated by Wayne D. Barlow. Some of those illustrations are a little on the scary side, but man, did they captivate me as a kid. It goes through 26 different dinosaurs. Well, actually more, because sometimes there's more than one that appear on each page. Yeah, it's a lovely book. Wonderful illustrations. Some of them are a little outdated nowadays, but they really capture the imagination. Yeah. I hope that's helpful. People all over the world join tools. Start a Dino Train. There you go, Marlu Red. Yeah. And Crazy Cat Lady says, I'm almost 40 and love Dinosaur Train. I'm glad you can garner enjoyment from that. Yeah. It's a little cutesy for my taste, but I appreciate that it's hosted by a colleague, by Scott Sampson. Although I don't think Scott really publishes in dinosaurs anymore. He's now director of the California Academy of Sciences, I think. He's kind of focusing on early childhood education in science and nature. Good for him. I'm sure he's doing a great job. But yeah, I don't think he really does dinosaurs anymore. And Wayne Barlow is amazing. Agreed, Gojira. How do you know Wayne Barlow, artist? Has he done other stuff too? And Crazy Cat Lady says, my daughter and I have matching dinosaur tattoos. Very nice. Well, what kind of dinosaur? I'd love to know. And let's see here. Enlightened Tight says, you've been a huge inspiration. Me? You're kidding me. I was stuck for what to do after university for a long time. I decided to take a leaf from your book and join the museum. We get 5 million visits per year, and I'm so proud to get the chance to influence any of them, just like yourself, by sharing my knowledge and my passion. People want to learn, people want to see the data, and want to hear your expertise. Enlightened Tight, that is amazing. That warms my heart that I've had an influence on you like that, and now you're continuing that. You're paying it forward. That's incredible. Shoot, that brings a tear to my eye. I appreciate you. That's what I'm trying to do here on Twitch. That's the whole point of doing these broadcasts, is to make science come to life for people, to get them interested, inspired to learn about the natural world. And of course, being trained as a dinosaur paleontologist, this is how I do that, you know? Dinosaurs are what I know a thing or two about. That's what I work on, what I publish on, and that's what I'm excited to share with you. So that's wonderful. It makes me feel like I'm making a difference in the world, you know? And that makes me really happy. Thank you. So, I need to drink some water. Maybe put on some more lip balm too. And Would you eat a salad-saurus or a banana-saurus, says Toyu. You're revising that after you learn I don't eat meat? I don't know. I'd rather study them than eat them. So I'm going to say no. Yeah. And Rollo Tomosi says, if you had to, could you wrestle a small dinosaur? I can, and I have wrestled a small dinosaur. Although it was pretty big compared to dinosaurs nowadays. No, I've wrestled an emu before. Emus are birds, and birds are living dinosaurs. And yeah, they're cool. We're collecting some stuff for a research project at an emu farm one time, and I got to get in there, and that was pretty cool. I've been to several different emu farms in California and in Montana, and I love them. I'd love to have a pet emu someday. And that day is not today, unfortunately. I wonder if I could have an emu, if that's legal in my town back in California. I'd like to look into that. Well, that's it for water. I gotta go refill. Alright. And not a cassowary, definitely not. No. And I love the thumping clucks emus make. Yeah, they're so cool. That booming call they make. I can't imitate it. But it's pretty neat. Is that a piece of bone there? No. That's a rock with some lichen on it. We should have already collected every bit of bone that came down from the hillside where our Ceratopsian site is. But, you know, there's always a chance that we missed some. We should have gotten all that last year, honestly. And who else is here in the chat? Science Streams, good to have you here. Kanara, how are you doing, Kanara? Howdy, howdy. Hope you're having a great day, Kanara. Yeah. Good that we got a shout out for you already. Nope, it's not, definitely not legal, says Lordy. So I live with Lordy and Ios, and they don't want me to get an emu. Well, shoot. I'm gonna have to look into this. Maybe it is legal. And Somu, I've seen the emu on Maya's stream. His name's, is it Stompy or Stampy? Do I have that right? But yeah, I love emus. They're so cool. And they're a lot more tame than cassowaries. Or at least they're a lot more chill. You know, there's not a lot of recorded instances of emus killing people. There are recorded instances of cassowaries killing people, in self-defense, usually. Very cool. Stompy, thank you, A. Rodimus. Yeah. Stampy was the elephant from The Simpsons. Bart's elephant. From the episode Bart Gets an Elephant. Pretty self-explanatory. Delivers what it promises. And emus did win a war, though. That's true, A. Rodimus, but it was a defensive war. Emus have never waged a war of aggression. They've only defended themselves and done so quite handily, it seems, despite lacking hands. And people seem set on you visiting Alvea Sanctuary today. We raided there a few times, but it'd be really cool to do that at some point. Maya seems cool. She's got some cool critters there. I think that would be a really neat stream, but I don't know. Maybe someday. She's in Texas, right? It's far from where I live, even further than Wyoming. But that might be neat. I wouldn't mind going there, meeting Maya and meeting Stompy the emu and talking about the relationship between dinosaurs and birds and maybe the evolutionary history of all those different critters there. It could be a fun crossover. I'd be up for that. And are you at the working spot? Yeah, I am, Alexor. Let me go back up there and show you, and I'll get some more water while I'm up there too. So we're out digging here in Wyoming. I'm streaming to you live via satellite. There's the solar panels, solar battery, the router, and the satellite dish. And Watch, if I walk in front of this, it'll mess up the signal, I bet you. Let's take a look. Yeah, just kind of standing here. Let's see, are we messing it up yet? I'm probably irradiating my body currently. You're just filling it up with data. Nothing yet? Interesting. There is a bit of a delay. No messing up. Weird. Give it time. Maybe I need to just like stand over it like this and block every part of it. Whatever. It's funny, last year we'd stand in front of it for just a split second and everything would get all wonky. And, oh, starting to. There you go. See, there's a bit of a delay. But yeah, this is a Ceratopsian site that we're digging at. We've got a horned dinosaur here. Very likely a new species or even a new genus for a number of different reasons. But we just jacketed one of our most important elements today. Some bits of the skull. Let's go take a look at it. We got Quinn and Nick up here, hard at work.
Yes, sir.
And they are trenching around the bottom of the jacket there. So we can, oh, and they've got a north arrow. Beautiful. Nicely done. Yeah. Excellent.
Got nice little markers of where fossils are so that
Excellent.
easier to identify in the prep lab.
Beautiful. Yeah, don't even hesitate to like just draw like a bone icon around that.
Yeah.
Where you think the bone is.
Yeah.
It helps. Yeah.
Here.
So within this protective field jacket, that's what we call it. It's like a protective plaster and burlap cocoon. Within that are some bones of our Ceratopsian dinosaur, or horned dinosaur. So we made this jacket at the beginning of stream. Hopefully you guys could see that okay. Hopefully the camera angle is okay.
No,
but
rewatch it.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll just take it off, do it again.
If you give a little to my Venmo, I'll write your name on the jacket. You know.
What is your Venmo, Quinn?
Oh, it's Quinn Hawkins 1, I think.
Oh, is there a dot in there?
Yeah, I think it's maybe a dash all
Quinn.
lowercase, and there's a middle finger in the middle. Yeah.
Oh no. PG rated stream. It's okay, it's okay. But yeah. If you want to buy Quinn a new hat, I mean, look at it. Let's play that Sarah McLachlan song.
Oh,
and don't actually play it. That's copyright. But
right now, I'll just grab that.
But yeah, you know.
It's like someone came along and, you know, looks like one of our former presidents.
Oh no,
No, I'm kidding.
Put it on.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, that is a
Road
fit.
warrior.
Look at that. Good stuff. If you'd like to buy Quinn Hawkins a new hat, what was it? Quinn Hawkins 1?
I think. No, you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
But if you do.
You don't have to, but you can. But you shouldn't, but you can.
Should not have to. It's Quinn Hawkins Quinn dash Hawkins dash 1.
Quinn with 2 N's?
Yes.
Quinn, QUINN dash HAWKINS
Dash 1.
dash 1. Wow, you didn't make it easy. You didn't make it easy.
Now I feel bad. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not a cheat.
Yeah, buy our boy a new hat, you know?
Give it
Yeah.
to a charity. Don't give it to me.
Hat for Quinn fundraising stream when? That's right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Give it to your favorite charity. Don't give it to me.
Quinn's out here till Friday, so I don't know if he'd be able to buy a new hat anyway. But, you know, next year.
You know, it's always next year. I'm gonna get one just like yours.
Yeah,
The
a leather hat?
The famous leather hat.
Oh, yeah. I've had this hat for 16 years now. It's spent 13 summers. This is its 13th summer in the field with me. This is a great hat. Best $45 I ever spent.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Where'd you get it from?
What's that?
Where'd you get it from?
Oh, I'm not going to tell that or else everybody else is going to buy the same one.
My
So.
bad.
But it's well, no worries.
Maker.
But yeah, it's made in the USA. That's a hint. Yeah.
Never ask a paleontologist where he got his hat.
Yeah.
Everybody's
What's the phrase? Never ask a man to eat celery. Never ask a woman the age of the earth. Never ask a paleontologist where he got his hat. Or her hat? Yeah.
Her hat.
Yeah, Danny Hat Gatekeeper. Yeah, Lordy, sorry. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, good stuff. Anyway, nice work trenching around that. Beautiful.
Getting there.
nice little undercut.
Yeah,
baby.
we knew this was going to be kind of a slow day today, but it's really good that we got that capped. And yeah, I hope they're having good progress over at the duck-billed dinosaur site today, because that's our real priority. We really got to get that thing out of the ground ASAP. This, we could come back next year. We could knock down this whole hillside. It's going to get tricky when we've got to remove some of this back wall and then all those big boulders up there. I mean, these are substantial. Some of these are going to weigh like 1,000 pounds or so. Or something like that. Something crazy.
That's nothing for Danny.
I don't know. We might have to break some of these up, or I don't know, because we might have more dinosaur here just lurking underneath this big blocky sandstone. Got to get down to that kind of shaly gray mudstone in there where the bone layer is.
Those cranial.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a lot of work, but we've got time at this site. Other sites are, not nearly as lucky. Bebo Bobo says just use dynamite. Oh yeah, it's definitely that simple. Deliver some Acme crates, to our quarry here.
I was thinking about that if we found that wasp nest. Put a nice stick there.
Some hand grenades in there. Now, I'm sure we're working on public land here, so we've got to be as respectful as possible. This is Bureau of Land Management, federal land, and I think there's probably some procedures we would have to go through in order to use explosives at a site like this. That is definitely not not something that we've discussed in any serious way. We're just joking around here. And Colin says, get Takuya back out here. Start bench pressing the boulders again. Was he doing that? I must have missed that day. But yeah, we're definitely missing Takuya already. And Cameron and Bob and Glenn, hope they're doing well. Hope they're having safe travels back to Cincinnati. And they are going to be taking delivery of these fossil jackets sometime later in the summer. That is going to be nice to be able to know that those are safe there in the museum and we won't have to worry about them anymore. That'll be mission accomplished. And Dan the BC man, we don't know where the wasp nest is, but, we would like to make peace with the wasps. We do not want war. We want peace. We just want them to leave us alone. Yeah. And did the Cincy crew get to take any jackets with them when they left? I think they took a few choice specimens from Turtle Hill, but they did not have room in their vehicle. They got they rented this big giant Jeep Wrangler, but it didn't have a lot of cargo space in it. And so they couldn't take very much back with them. Also apparently got terrible gas mileage. At least it didn't break down on them, It's about all you can ask for sometimes with a Jeep. Let me drink some water up here. Got down to the backup water. And we've got about an hour and a half left to work here before we'll head back to camp. Let's see. Excuse me. Sugary fruit at the end of interesting squiggles, huh? We had a bucket of water out here, and a bunch of wasps decided to drown themselves in it, and that did cut down on their numbers a little bit. But I felt bad. Don't want to hurt the wasps. This is their home. But it does make it harder to work when they're all buzzing around. Anywho. And we've gotten some bites and stings from the wasps today, Charlie's Dragon, and it's been disruptive. But they don't really bother me that much. They haven't bitten or stung me. But you know, I feel for my boys here. Getting harmed by those wasps. The wasps are feeding larvae at the beginning of summer, so they need protein. They need high-calorie sugars at the end of summer. That makes sense. There is a chance that maybe somebody dropped a piece of lunch meat or something here on the first day, and then word got out among the wasps, and now they won't leave us alone. But they mostly seem like they're just after the moisture. This is such a dry environment that we, our working hypothesis for the wasps is that they're just here searching for moisture. Since we put a big tarp over the site every evening, that prevents evaporation at night. There's probably condensation under there. We take the tarp off in the morning and suddenly wasps are just swarming the area, searching for any bit of moisture, given that this area is so dry. And then usually, hopefully throughout the day, they get less bad, but yeah. Anytime you leave any little bit of water out, they're just all over that, drowning themselves in it. When's your last chapstick? Not recently enough, Jody Fish. Thank you. Get that on there. This thing's looking a little worse for wear. Look at that. I'll go through whole tubes of this stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't use chapstick back in civilization. But out here, oh man, you need to. And this is the sort of place where you actually go through an entire tube of this stuff. You know how, like, you buy it, and then you only use a little bit of it, and then either you lose it, or the cat, you know, swats it under the couch, or, like, whatever else. You know, you never actually go through a full tube of lip balm. Out here, I go through whole tubes of this stuff. I'm glad I've got 4 of those. Thank you, chat, for sending them. I appreciate it. Important stuff. I got a bad sunburn on my lip last summer, and I'm trying to prevent that this year. Doing a good job of it so far, but you know, field season's still young. It's only June 11th today? Is that right? Yep, June 11th. I'll be out here until at least the 28th or 29th. Yeah. And NZ Charlie, we have used sunblock lately. I just put some on my face a little while ago. So we're doing well there too. And they actually stung my boys today? Yeah, Colin, yeah. One of them, I think, bit Nick, and then another one stung Quinn right before lunch. Yeah. I knew they couldn't get away with it while I was there. There you go, Colin, yeah. Yeah. And citrusy smells also detour, or, yeah, they deter wasps. Interesting. I don't know if that would deter them from here. They seem very intent on getting that moisture. It's a matter of survival to them. And jam mixed with alcohol. Yeah, we're not trying to poison the wasps. We're just trying to live in peace with them, and they will not leave us alone. And it's only up there in the quarry that they swarm around, because we're, you know, digging up rocks, and then there's a little bit of moisture in the ground, and they're after that moisture. And bramble mason wasps. Interesting. Anywho. How many people we got watching right now? 857. Not too shabby. Yeah. You want chat to know the difference between wasps, meat bees, yellow jackets, and hornets. And, of course, honeybees and bumblebees. And, we would get these, like, flightless bees in Montana, too. And we had these ones that we called sweat bees. We don't know if they're actually bees, but, like, they just love to hang out on your skin and just, like, drink up that salt. We called them sweat bees. And then, yeah, we had the Brian bees and other insects. We had Becky bugs and Denver beetles and Danny ants. There was like a story associated with each of these different crew members when they had these memorable encounters with insects. And so thenceforth, those insects would be known, they'd be named after that crew member. Like, for instance, the Becky bugs, there were these little beetles with these long antennae, and they had like a population explosion one summer. They were all over the place. And, yeah, we had a crew member named Becky. This is before my time, but I've heard the stories. And they were just all over Becky for some reason. And somebody looked these they must have been beetles, looked them up, and like, oh, well, they eat wood. It's like, there's no wood around here in the middle of the Hell Creek Formation. They were biting Becky's legs, so the joke was that Becky had wooden legs, and they were known as Becky bugs thenceforth. And did you get into a fight with ants? Oh, did you get into a fire ants? I did not, Ferret Faucet. No. Bebo Bobo says, have you tried motion-activated crossbow traps to take care of the wasps? We have not. We don't have that kind of budget out here, nor that kind of bloodlust. We want to live in peace with our insect friends and any other critters whose home we are visiting while we're out here in Wyoming. Yeah. And anywho, yeah. And yes, we are unfortunately invasive species here, Charlie's Dragon. Put out a low water dish for the wasps. We have Moonrise Rabbit, and they are drowning themselves with gusto in it as we speak. They really like that. I hope they're happy as they're dying, because they're really keen on doing it. Yeah. But that has dropped their numbers a little bit, We thought maybe we'd just give them some water and they'd go away, and instead they just show up in droves and just instantly drown themselves. Go off to Wasp Valhalla. And Bebo Bobo says, have you ever dug up any non-dinosaur fossils? Absolutely. We've done so this summer. We had some turtle bits earlier. We've got a lot of fish fossils from Turtle Hill, a lot of plants, a lot of unionid clams. And then over the years, I've dug up a whole bunch of other non-dinosaurs and other geological formations in Montana, in Wyoming, in Utah, in California, in Nevada. Just a few weeks ago, our crew was finding bits of camel and fossil horse in the San Francisco Bay Area. I've worked near Fernley, Nevada, in some diatomaceous earth quarries, digging up killifish and stickleback fish from the Pliocene, I believe, Miocene or Pliocene. So from the age of mammals. And then back when I was in Montana, working in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, finding tons of turtles and gar and champsosaurs and bowfin, little bits of mammal and lizard and all kinds of critter like that. Little bits of stuff at microsites. The thing is, when you're working in Mesozoic age rocks from the age of the dinosaurs, most of the other animals that you find tend to be very small. It's rare to find a big animal from the age of dinosaurs that's not a dinosaur, on land at least. In the oceans, it's a totally different story. You don't find dinosaur fossils out there unless a random dinosaur drifted out to sea, sunk to the bottom and got buried. It happens. But all the big animals swimming around in the ocean are not dinosaurs. There are various marine reptiles, mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, ichthyosaurs, thalatosaurs, etc. Turtles, sea turtles, marine crocodiles. None of those are dinosaurs that I just mentioned. But yeah, if you're a big animal on land during the age of the dinosaurs, from like the late Triassic through the end of the Cretaceous, you're a dinosaur. Maybe you're a big crocodilian or big crocodiliform, but almost all the big animals on land during the age of dinosaurs are dinosaurs. They did a very thorough job of pushing everybody else out of these ecosystems. They were the big animals in their environments walking around on land. Mosasaur hype, yeah, Gojira. Were you here, Gojira, when Takuya was on stream? So he's a Mosasaur specialist. He's named several new kinds of Mosasaur, including that new one from Japan back in December, the one with the dorsal fin. That's his Mosasaur he published on. It was a real pleasure having him here at the site, in camp, everything else. I'd never met him before, and really cool guy. We might need to do an interview with him at some point when we do a Marine Reptiles Day. When I get back to my office. And Miss Yvette says, Danny, do construction sites have someone that surveys a site? Sometimes, yeah. We call that paleo monitoring or paleo mitigation. So that might actually be the majority of paleontologists throughout the United States who are being paid for paleontology. They might be mitigation or monitoring paleontologists. So generally, if a construction firm wants to do a big project, they might need to clear that with the state or a local agency, and they might need to take a little tiny bit of their budget to hire a paleontologist, usually from like a monitoring firm, to be able to make sure that no important fossils are completely destroyed during the construction process. And so we've got a few people in our crew who have done that or currently do that. Like that's their job. Luke from our site yesterday, that's his job. He's in paleo monitoring. And Quinn does something similar, but like with environmental stuff. It's a nice way for a young paleontologist to make a living before, they build up enough publications and enough, kind of science clout to be able to get, say, a museum job or something like that, or maybe a adjunct professorship or something. A lot of young paleontologists nowadays do that kind of monitoring or mitigation work, including some of my friends and colleagues back in California. We'll have some people showing up tomorrow who that's what they do, like Nick Oliver is going to be showing up, and it's going to be cool to have him on stream. He's been here in chat many times before, and it's going to be cool to actually finally have him on camera. Nick, I believe, is, apart from doing mitigation paleontology, I think he also might be an MMA fighter. So if you're into that kind of thing, you could talk with Nick about that. Nick O. Yeah. And also if they're getting federal money for construction. There you go, Dr. Hubs. Yeah. And Science Clout trademark, yeah. And TK Pow says, is there a location that has the most dinosaurs? Oh boy, that's a tough one. I don't know if there's a single correct answer for this, but there are a number of different sites around the world that have an incredible number of dinosaur fossils. There's some places here in the American West, in Wyoming, in Utah, in Montana, that have a tremendous number of dinosaur fossils. It's hard to pick just one because none of these have been fully excavated, so we don't know which one is the biggest. There's never been the resources or the people power or anything like that to fully excavate any of these huge mega sites. But there's a bone bed in Montana, the Campasaur bone bed site, right next to Egg Mountain, where there's thousands of Maiasaura that all died there. Maybe tens of thousands. We don't really know. Nobody's ever they've done like test pits in different areas and they just keep finding more and more Maiasaur bones. Yeah. There are places like that in Utah, the Falcarius bone bed, near Crystal Geyser, in eastern Utah. Incredible number of Falcarius dinosaur bones. Who knows how many individual animals? There could be 1 million of them in there. We don't know. And that may have been like a site they returned to year after year, decade after decade, century after century. And some of them would die every year and it just builds up. There are places in China that are like Dinosaur National Monument. Jim was just telling me this yesterday on the phone. It's like the Dinosaur National Monument quarry wall, but 1 kilometer long. It would take hundreds of years to excavate all of those. There are so many amazing sites like that around the world. And we just don't have nearly enough paleontologists to really work those sites and dig those things up. We have so few of us, dinosaur scientists around the world. It really is like a super small community. Misfit says, thanks for answering my question. You bet. Speaking of small communities, it's been really cool being able to meet some other paleontologists who've been joining our crew. 4 people from Cincinnati, 3 paleontologists and a volunteer just left yesterday morning. But it's cool to kind of get to know them and get to know who they know and find all of these mutual connections between yourself and between them. I worked at the museum at Berkeley at UCMP when I was in high school, and I was mentored by Patricia Holroyd. Oh yeah, I know Pat. Yeah, we go way back. Stuff like that, It's a small world. There's not very many of us dinosaur folks or vertebrate paleontologists in general. And it's cool to know people that they know and kind of have a rapport there instantly. It's oh yeah, you worked with Pat. You're cool with Pat? All right, you're cool with me, Glenn Storrs from the museum in Cincinnati, he was a student of John Ostrom's. We've talked all about John Ostrom on this channel before, back in the office. Guy who brought Deinonychus to life was Glenn Storrs' advisor at Yale. And so he told us a bunch of cool stories about John. And I don't know, it's just neat. It's a very small world. It's a small community, vertebrate paleontology. And this is so strange when you consider it the prototype dream job of children, says Madame Mango. Yeah, and here we are doing it, live on stream. Broadcasting to you via satellite, digging up dinosaurs. This is, we really are living the dream. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Anyway, welcome, Madame Mango. It's good to have you here. And, from Anya Him, it says, if you discover a new species, what does the process of creating an anatomical model for paleo art look like? Ooh, Anya, that's a great question. So, let me walk you through what we'll do for this critter. So this is probably a new Ceratopsian dinosaur that we're digging up, a new horned dinosaur. And so one of the things that we do when we find a dinosaur like this is, oftentimes when we publish on it in the first place, we'll have illustrations of all the bones there in the paper, have them as scientific figures in the paper itself. And then if you've got somebody who's up to the task, they'll create what we call a skeletal diagram. And I just showed you an example of that a few minutes ago. Where did it go? There we are. Yeah. So for our Ceratopsian dinosaur, our horned dinosaur, I printed and laminated this out as a visual aid. This is Pentaceratops here. So this is going to be different from our horned dinosaur, but this is the closest one I could find to what we think this animal would have looked like. So this is a basic, just, silhouette of the animal in black with all of the bones filled in. A good skeletal that shows how much is known of that animal, they'll black out all of the bones that are not known. So everything that's missing, they'll black it out. So sometimes you'll see a dinosaur skeletal like this, and it's almost entirely black. There's only a couple bones filled in white. Pentaceratops, we've got some really good specimens. We've got pretty much a complete picture of the skeleton. We know pretty well what the osteology looks like. But using a skeletal like this, various artists can just kind of run wild with it. They can create fleshed out, full-on, fully rendered paintings of what the animal might have looked like in life using this kind of skeletal diagram like this. So here's a Ceratopsian, just like the dinosaur that Quinn and Nick are digging up there. And then on the other side, I've got a duckbill dinosaur, because we're digging up some duckbills this summer as well. Most of the crew is out working at the Dell Hadrosaur site today, digging up a duckbill dinosaur, because that's really our crunch time one. We need to get that one done ASAP. That's where I was at yesterday, if any of you were here then. So anyway, thanks for the good question, Anya. I appreciate it. And I hope that makes sense. You can interpret, there's various artistic interpretations that you can make when you're trying to reconstruct a dinosaur like this, when you're trying to flesh it out, show what it may have looked like in life. And a lot of that is guesswork. You know, oftentimes we don't know about the texture of the skin. We usually don't know about the coloration, although we have been able to figure it out for a few dinosaurs. If we have preserved skin cells and preserved skin color cells, it happens. But then you're just dealing with bones for the most part if you don't have preserved skin or feathers. And so, yeah, there's a lot of guesswork that goes into it. And there's a lot of like soft tissue stuff that, yeah, we have to really guess about. How much extra like skin flaps, how much extra flab, how much extra like muscular bulk do these animals have? You can figure some of that stuff out from like muscle scars that are preserved on the bones. They can give you a good idea for where the muscles attached and how big they would have been. But you know, if you've got a very incomplete skeleton, you're dealing with very incomplete information, and that requires more guesswork. So right now, we don't have very much of our horned dinosaur yet. We have enough of it to tell it's probably something new, but once we get this thing actually cleaned up in the lab, you know, then we'll have a lot more information. Yeah. How's it going up here, guys?
Good, man.
Nice.
Still working on this trencher in.
Yeah, doing a good job.
Yeah.
It's really slow going when you've got to dig straight down like this.
I know.
So you guys are doing a good job. I appreciate it. Yeah.
You gotta be careful not to run into any more bones.
Yeah, no more bones.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Are we back on? Let me know, chat. Yeah. We're back. Good. Sorry about that. One of the cables got disconnected before I could switch out the battery, and yeah, you know how it goes. Live broadcast, anything can happen out here in the middle of nowhere. But thank you to whoever sent Quinn some money for a new hat. That was mostly a joke, but thank you for your generosity.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Donate to your favorite charity. And
There you go.
hi, Anya. I love you, baby.
Oh. Well, I didn't realize. Same Anya? That was a fantastic question. That's one of the best questions we've gotten today. Good stuff. Oh, and we got a rock wren up there. Hello, rock wren. Likes that rock. Living up to his name. I used to call those laser birds. They sound kind of like science fiction laser gun. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah. Anywho, and holy cow, thank you MJ Builds for those gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. And 25 Raiders from Mieza. Welcome, Mieza and Raiders. Welcome to Wild and Woolly, Wyoming. We're digging up a new horned dinosaur here. Almost certainly a new genus or species, we think. We hope. We have every indication that that would be the case. And now you're here. Thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you had a really good stream. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
You can kind of plan that.
Anya says, hi, Quinn.
Hi. I miss you.
We were just talking about how, like, you know, what if friends back home and loved ones back home, other people we know, think about us coming out here and digging up dinosaurs, and it's pretty cool. It's one of those things you like see in the movies, or maybe on TV, or you just hear about it in other ways. But like, yeah, it's cool that we get to share that with people at home right now through the magic of Twitch. What a privilege to be out here, you know. It was pretty special. Pretty special. Let's see.
Carrying this thing down tomorrow. You might not think that, but
yeah, we're gonna be cursing this. Oh man,
yeah.
that'll be. I won't be able to stream that because I'll be helping with it, and also there'll be too much cussing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna feel real good when it's done.
Left. Over that rock. Watch out for the rock.
Exactly. Yeah.
Danny, GoPro.
Yeah.
Get a GoPro.
Well,
Too much swearing.
yeah, and also like I need to be within range of the satellite dish and the Wi-Fi.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so I've got to be more or less within 100 feet of that in order for it to work. It's down there right now. Yeah. Yeah. Good job working on that, guys. It's not fun to like dig straight down.
It's a little scary. Honestly.
It really is.
And your hands get all beat up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
How's this looking? It's not even wobbling.
Yeah, this like super.
It's good if it's wobbling. I mean, we want to be able to flip it.
I know, exactly. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. It's not wobbling, so we probably have to
Oh,
go a
gotcha.
bit more.
No, you definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
You might have to dig down a little bit deeper too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got a while. No real rush on this site, which is nice. I'm sure they're really feeling the crunch over at the Duckbill site currently.
I'm feeling it too.
Yeah.
A couple days left.
Yeah, shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you get to have hot showers again and
Oh, God.
air conditioning.
We envy you.
Yeah, hot breakfast.
For me.
Yeah. I'm gonna be out here till the end of June. I'm gonna go completely feral.
Yeah.
Just
In there.
with a tattered loincloth by the end of the month. Just grunting the other crew members.
Peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Crunchy peanut butter.
And we got a question from, thank you, Claire, for reposting that, from Emperor Spoon. What was the strangest or most surprising or most mysterious fossil you've found? I'm always fascinated by science. It's stranger than what our science teachers could have taught us in school. Well, shoot. You guys have an answer for that, or should I? Strangest fossil. Nothing we found out here is too strange.
I found a pretty strange fossil up at
Yeah?
our campsite. Still not sure what it is, but
Uh-huh.
it like has this perfect circle in it, in the middle of it. It could be, orbital, but I don't know. It's also like 5 feet from the Erickson, so it's easily
Oh.
probably like the oldest fossil from this formation
Uh-huh.
that we've found so far.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I really want to get back to it.
Uh-huh.
Rooster site.
It's there in situ still.
Yeah. We could put like a
I
target.
wonder what that could be. Do you think it's vertebrate or invertebrate?
Vertebrate. for sure.
Vertebrate.
It's definitely
Okay.
Dinosaur.
So it's dinosaur bone.
Yeah.
Cool. That'll be neat.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I keep hinting it at Ethan. He's like, yeah. Kind of have her play full.
Well, maybe if we get some of this stuff done, when you could take a look at that before you leave
I
on
would
Friday.
like to at least try
Yeah.
to re-find it. Honestly.
Yeah.
It's been 2 years. So,
Yeah.
Because it's like private land, so
Gotcha. Okay.
definitely need an excavation permit for it.
Yeah.
It's big.
Mm-hmm.
It's like solid bone too. It's not even really.
Really?
broken up. Yeah.
That sounds really weird. I've not heard about this yet.
Yeah.
Cool.
I
Yeah.
found it like 4 days before we left here.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Huh. Cool. Yeah.
Mystery to be solved.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks. Yeah. Nick is fairly new out here, so he'll have plenty of mysterious fossil stories to tell you in a few years.
During my
But,
undergrad, I did find, not really mysterious, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
A fish scale, maybe about that big,
Uh huh.
and it looked like a penny because it pre-mineralized with copper.
Nice. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm trying to think of the weird and mysterious things that I've found over the years.
It feels weird being called.
Huh. Oh, there's one I can't tell you about yet. But we've got a dinosaur in the Hell Creek with a really weird preservational mode. And we're like, what in the world is going on here? Why do we have so many of these animals in the same spot when they're so rare usually? And hopefully that's going to be published maybe this year, maybe next year. I don't know. I got to talk to one of my co-authors about that and see the status of that project. But But stay tuned. There's going to be some novel behavior from a dinosaur lots of people know about. It's never been published before. It's going to change the way people think about this group of dinosaurs, I think. Yeah. And whose username is on that pickaxe? We haven't actually labeled him yet, Sporky. We haven't had a chance to. It's been so go, go, go lately. But Ethan told me to remind him to label some of the tools and stuff, or at least print a bunch of labels tonight when we're in camp so we can stick them on the tools. And, yeah, we can make sure that people get credit for the different tools that they've donated via the Amazon wishlist. Thank you again for everybody who did that. We are feeling very well equipped this summer, and it's really helping us get these dinosaurs out. Like those little yellow picks that we have up there have been wonderful. I've never used those before in the field, that particular kind. But they're good. They're especially good for like digging straight down when you're trying to undercut a jacket so you can flip it. And how do you know you've dug below the specimen far enough? You just keep going and hopefully you don't find any more bones. That's kind of how it goes. We've got record of the highest bones in the horizon and the lowest bones in the horizon. And then we dig a little bit below the lowest bones that we have. If we don't find any more, then we think we've gone deep enough. But there's always that nagging thought in the back of your head like, oh, if we just dug a little bit further into the hill here, maybe we'd find the tail or stuff like that. But you know, we've got limited time and limited funding. We do the best that we can in a place like this. And we've got very good record of where the site is so that we can always come back next year if we really want to make sure that we've got everything. And since we've got good records of everything, we've got good provenance information, any crews who are working in the future in this area will be able to come back to these spots and they'll be able to look again to see if there's anything that we missed, if there's any new stuff that's eroding out from the surface, or if they really want to bring a big crew here and just knock down that whole part of that hill in order to find more of this dinosaur. We're talking like maybe 100 years in the future. If this dinosaur turns out to be really, really important and they need more of it, you know, they could roll the dice on digging into the hill and seeing if there's any more in there that we couldn't get to. That's why it's really important to collect this kind of information and to make sure that, you know, that information is available to researchers in the future. It's the whole point of like a museum collections like that, is keeping this stuff safe for posterity, making sure that researchers, long after we're dead, will still be able to access these fossils in the collections, be able to test our hypotheses, check our work, and maybe even go out and find some more of these specimens near where we have been finding them. And how heavy do you think that particular jacket is? It's probably a couple 100 pounds right now, Cody Shibi, because it's all full of rock. But we'll see. We'll see. We're going to carve it down when we flip it over to remove as much of the rock as we can to lighten it up, make it easier to transport back to the vehicles. Easier to carry. And from Jessica Tussie, okay, if you could go back in time and walk amongst the dinosaurs for one day, and if it cost you your life, like being eaten by a raptor, would you do it? Yeah, maybe when I'm in my like late 80s. Sure. As long as I could relay that information back to the present, all of my observations to help the advancement of science, I'd go for it. Maybe even if I couldn't. Sure. Let's say yeah. But I don't know. I've got a pretty good life right now. I'm not eager to get eaten by a dromaeosaur in the present moment. And MJ Build says, do you have a Patreon? I do indeed. I do. Thank you, Lenina, for pulling that up. And let's see. Crimson Carnotaurus says, hypothetically, that would happen if someone revealed the information. What would happen if someone revealed the information before those working on it get a chance to publish it? Apparently that happened with Dakota Raptor and Indie Game Project. I don't think Saurian... That was long after they published Dakota Raptor. Dakota Raptor took like a decade or something to publish even after they wrote it up. Like, one of the authors died. He passed away while the whole thing was still in process. Because, honestly, the paper had some problems with it, and they couldn't get it into a proper journal. They had to, like, publish it in-house, it seems like. Yeah. But if information gets out before something is published, as long as the thing is like in process of getting published, then there's not very much risk of getting scooped. But if you reveal information way too early, like 10 years before the thing is going to get published, then other crews might go out, might find the same thing, and might publish it before you can. That's what I'm trying to avoid when I'm saying this or that is not published yet, so I can't really talk about it. I'm also not in charge of most of these projects, and so it's not my place to make the big reveal, you know? Also, it's nice to be able to have a big reveal, to be able to have something be a surprise when it comes out. That's always nice. Usually we hear rumors of these things, and that might be presented at a scientific meeting, but there's an understanding that you're supposed to keep those things pretty much hush-hush when you're talking to the public. You might talk about it with colleagues, you know, in hushed tones, conspiratorial whispers. Oh, did you hear about this? I heard they've got an amazing hadrosaur out in that formation, and it looks, you know, it looks just like a saurolophine, and yet it's blah, blah, blah. Stuff like that, you know. But when I'm talking on a broadcast like this, I got to make sure that I'm respecting the, you know, the kind of secrecy is not the right word, but you know, discretion, if that makes sense. And Science Stream says, at a dig site like this, how is author order on a paper discovered or sorted out? Great question, Science Stream. So there will be, sorry, I'm way behind in the chat, holy cow. Yeah, for this kind of a site, a bunch of us probably will be authors on this paper, but it's kind of like, how much do you actually contribute to the paper itself? Who really wants to take the lead on this? You know, for this, like a ceratopsian dinosaur, that would require you to know a lot about ceratopsians. It requires you to basically have read everything that's been published on every ceratopsian dinosaur that's relevant to this particular one for comparisons and stuff. And so, yeah. There's not like a strict hierarchy or anything. If somebody really wants to take the reins on this and lead the project of publication on this critter, they can. Yeah. As we don't have very many like dinosaur paleontologists in the world working today. There's more than there ever have been. We're at the peak right now, but it's still not very many. There's probably fewer than 500 dinosaur paleontologists working in the entire world. It might be lower than that. It might be 200 or 300 dinosaur paleontologists. There's not very many of us. And, yeah. So there are still more specimens than there are scientists to work on them, for certain. And so there are specimens in museums where it's like, yeah, gee, I wish somebody would work on this. It's just limited time, limited funding, limited personnel. And there are different ceratopsian researchers who would love to publish on this thing. If anybody's making calls about that, it's Ethan Cowgill, who's like our expedition lead. This is his, big field project. This was his brainchild. So if anybody's going to make calls on it, it's going to be Ethan. But he's very fair in how he works on these things. He's not possessive over the stuff unnecessarily. And so if one of us on the crew really, really wants to get into ceratopsians and wants to figure this critter out, maybe they could be first author. But, yeah. Also, authorship order is not necessarily all that important in paleontology anyway. I know papers where the first author is definitely not the person who did the most work on it. Yeah. I don't know. We're not quite as competitive as I think people in other fields where they've got more grant money and stuff like that on the line. If that makes sense. And you still say we need more fossils. What we need is more funding and more people, and more fossils too, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. For certain. Absolutely. And from Dakotan, you mentioned the rocks in Oregon are not the right age, or the rocks in Oregon too new for the large creature fossils. Oregon's got a lot of really nice Cenozoic rocks. So rocks from the age of mammals. Let me show you. Grab a visual aid out of here. see. That should do it. Yeah, history of life on Earth. From the Big Bang up until the present. This big old spiral. It's a nice way to kind of visualize geological time. The dinosaurs are way out of date on here. I'd love to be able to do like an updated version of this and have that as just like a freely available classroom poster. I think that'd be really neat. One of these days I'll do something like that. I've been too busy with other stuff so far. I make a decent enough living on Twitch, I wouldn't have to sell it. I could give it away for free. Just in the interest of, advancing public knowledge of the history of life on Earth. Anywho, Cenozoic era is the age of mammals. It's often what we call it. So, we're living in the Cenozoic in the present right now, in the Holocene epoch of the Quaternary period of the Cenozoic era. So the Cenozoic started 66 million years ago when that asteroid hit the Earth and drove all the dinosaurs into extinction, except for a few species of bird. So we've got the Mesozoic era and then the Cenozoic era afterward. And there's the Paleozoic before that, the Precambrian, Proterozoic, etc. So most of the rocks in Oregon, as I understand it, are from the Cenozoic era. Most of the fossil-bearing rocks that you can find on the surface are from the age of mammals. And so there's a lot of important mammal fossils in Oregon, but that's from after the dinosaurs did their thing, ruled the earth, and then vanished, except for birds. Hope that makes sense. And when you do your taxes, do you say you're a paleontologist or a streamer, says Fitzowery? There's no box that you check for either of them. So, I make nearly all of my income through Twitch. Very nearly all of it. And so that's my full-time job. I'm an independent contractor with paid by Twitch.tv. Yeah. And let's see. And Cenozoic, so Enlightened Tide, yeah, the Cenozoic era goes all the way back to 66 million years ago, though. I want to make that clear. Only a blip in the Cenozoic. There you go. You're right, Enlightened Tide. You're right. And Blink Dog Swarm, or Blink Dogs Warm, says there are some local universities and museums that put out calls for volunteers for digs. Chat's advancing too fast. Any thoughts or advice on those opportunities? That's how you become a paleontologist. That's how you get to do work in the field. Absolutely. Yeah. So when I was a high school student, I was lucky enough to be able to volunteer at the University of California Museum of Paleontology back home in Berkeley. And that's how I got started. That is the best piece of advice I can give to anybody who wants to get involved in paleontology, is if you can afford it, if you can afford to take some time off of your full-time job or whatever, go volunteer. Volunteer in a museum, or volunteer on a field crew like this. Everybody that we have on our crew right now is a volunteer. We've got, I guess Ethan is on vacation from his job at the Utah Geological Survey, and I'm streaming out here. This is my full-time job, is streaming. So I get to work out here too, which is nice. Everyone else is taking time off of work in order to be out here to volunteer with us. So it might seem kind of crazy that like, I'll take precious vacation time to come out here to the middle of nowhere, to the high desert, and the heat and the sun and the wind and the bugs. I'll sleep in a tent every night and eat food that often has sand blown into it, although a lot of our food is pretty good. We've got some excellent cooks, even if the food can be pretty simple. I'll deal with the heat and the cold at night. I'll deal with all the dirt and grime. I'll deal with pooping into a bucket every day, because we don't have flush toilets out here. I'll deal with the lack of electricity or running water. I'll sleep in a tent every night, and I'll do it happily to be out here. That might seem crazy to some of the people watching from the air-conditioned comfort of their gamer chair back home, but we love this stuff. This is what we do. This is what we live for. It's the contribution to science. It's that sense of adventure. It's knowing that you're part of something that's so much larger than yourself. You're making discoveries out here which people will be talking about for hundreds of years within the field of dinosaur paleontology. You're helping unravel the mysteries of the universe in some small way. That's magical. That's pretty special. So for everyone watching right now who, maybe you know somebody on the crew, because I know we've got some, I know word has gotten out to some of the folks back home, loved ones and friends of some of the people on the crew. If you're wondering, like, what in the world are they doing out here? You know, are they crazy? Why won't they come home? Know that this is something really special that we're doing out here. And, it's such a privilege to be able to do this. And you at home can do this kind of thing too. If you're watching these streams and you think this is something you might want to try, if nothing that I just said about the, primitive conditions out here, living out in the wilderness, if none of that bothers you at all, maybe fieldwork is right for you. Maybe you should contact a museum. Apply for a spot on a field crew and try it for yourself, because there's nothing else like it. I've been doing this since 2011. This is my 13th, it's not 13 fingers, but 13th summer in the field, digging up fossils. And there's nothing I'd rather be doing with my summer. It's pretty special. And Next News Me says, lol, I'm too old, I'd die. Well, maybe it's not for you in particular, but I'm glad you get to watch from home. And we get folks who are a little on the, maybe in their autumn years who come out here. And we don't work them nearly as hard. Especially when we've got undergrads and young graduate students and just younger volunteers of all stripes out here. Yeah. And let's see here. Ever done mining claims? Nope, I've not. I'm a fossil guy. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, pre-andesite. Love just hiking around from point to point all day long. I do enjoy that too. We call that prospecting out here. When you walk along and you stare at the ground, you look for any bits of fossil bone that might be sticking up. You might go days or even weeks sometimes without finding anything good. But we've been lucky here. There's a lot of dinosaurs in these hills. And we've got more sites than we can reasonably work at the moment. And we'll be finding more, hopefully, toward the end of the summer. We've got some more crew members who will be joining us who are really good at prospecting, really good at finding new sites. Maybe they don't have a lot of experience in digging, but they've really shown that they can find new bones, find new sites. And that's important. And Shrimp Boat Dana says, my dad says the world needs ditch diggers, but I'd rather dig for dinosaurs. Same thing, Shrimp Boat Dana. We're digging ditches out here, and they just happen to be ditches that are dug for the purpose of finding dinosaur fossils and collecting them. Paleontologists, field paleontologists, sometimes we joke that we are just glorified ditch diggers. But it's important. And certainly the paleontologists who do not do field work might view this sort of thing as, view us as ditch diggers. Like, oh yeah, those field people, let them go toil out in the desert, bring those fossils back, so we can study them here in the air-conditioned comfort of the laboratory or the office. Yeah, not everybody's cut out for field work. Not everybody enjoys this. Not everybody's good at it. Some people just aren't cut out for this kind of thing, and that's okay, But man, I was born to do this. And I'm really happy to be here. And I really got to go drink some more water, so let's get that done. The Raven says, hello, I'll have one dinosaur, please. Oh, we've got one for you up here. I'll show you. And how's the pay? Yeah, we don't get paid, Cyber Cataclysm. We don't have the kind of budget for that. We've got just enough money to be able to pay for food for the volunteers, to be able to pay for a vehicle rental, for fuel, for supplies like plaster and burlap, stuff like that. You know, we're out here on less than $20,000 this summer, and we've got a huge crew, a lot of food, truck rental, equipment we had to buy, all kinds of stuff like that. But man, re-stretching that far, even for a dinosaur digging crew, like we're getting out several new species of dinosaur here, we think.
Ontogeny.
That's pretty excellent for like the price of a new Chevy Cruze or something like that, or you know, for less than you'd pay for higher quality vehicle like a new Toyota Corolla. You know, for the price of a Corolla, we've got several new species of dinosaur. That's nuts. That's incredible. In the world of science, that's extremely economical. We do so much with so little funding, and hopefully you're witnessing some of that here and really appreciating just how thrifty we have to be and how thrifty we are. And do you have a donation like PayPal? I've got a Ko-Fi, certainly. Yeah. Got to see the rocks to understand. There you go, Volcano Doc. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. When we're talking about the importance of fieldwork, is that what you meant, Volcano Doc? Absolutely. That gives you context that you just can't get in the laboratory or in the collections. I think it should almost be required to be a paleontologist to at least experience a little bit of fieldwork, even if it's not in person. You know, if you're I don't know, if you have a disability that doesn't allow you to get out into the field, at least be able to have some way of appreciating the context, where these fossils come from, what it takes to dig them up, how common or uncommon they are in a given you know, area. All this stuff is important to understand for a researcher. If you're going to be working on these fossils, you should know a thing or two about where they came from and everything that went into getting them. And do a quick handstand. How are you from South Australia? I'm doing well, Rory Race Car. Doing well. Welcome to the American Outback, Wyoming. I hope you're doing well. It's good to have you here. And we've got 1,419 people watching. That's phenomenal. I'll do a quick station break in a second and introduce myself. But let me first drink some water, because I'm losing a lot of it by yapping. Good. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me scroll down to the bottom. Man, I'm way late in chat. Apologies. Yeah. The rat thinks tons of live reptiles and mammals. I'll tell you about those in a minute. But yeah, we've got critters out here in Wyoming. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm broadcasting to you live via satellite. There's our dish down there. From the wilds of Wyoming, USA. This is a wild place, and we're doing some wild things like digging up a new Ceratopsian dinosaur. We think this is going to be a new species or even a new genus of horned dinosaur here. We've got Quinn and we've got Nick hard at work, toiling while I'm just drinking water and talking to chat. Thank you guys.
Sure thing.
Yeah, doing an excellent job here. At the beginning of this stream, three of us together built this jacket. This is a protective plaster and burlap cocoon around bones of this dinosaur. This is how we can get it safely back to the laboratory without the whole thing coming apart and crumbling to dust. This is one of the maybe less fun parts of field work, is trying to dig straight down around a jacket, trying to undermine that pedestal so we can get this thing flipped over tomorrow, get it bottom jacketed, and get it back to camp. Can I get you some water or anything? Are you?
Yeah, would you mind grabbing that?
Yeah. The big metal one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got enough water, Nick?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, good. Man, this looks like an artillery shell, Quinn.
Dude,
I like your emblem there too.
yeah.
Yeah,
That was always my, if I was gonna make a skateboarding company, that would be what it would be.
I like it. Nice. Yeah. So Quinn and Nick are out here volunteering. This is Nick's first summer with us, out here in the Almond Formation, Late Cretaceous rocks. And Quinn, this is your 4th year out here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Quinn's been here since the very inception of this whole project, since the very beginning. You were there when Ethan found the first dinosaur bone in this formation in like 90 years, right?
Was.
Yeah.
It was quite the day.
I can imagine.
Celebrated very hard.
What was that like? If you catch your breath for a second, and then told us that story last time on stream, but I'd love to hear that again.
So we, it's funny. So the first bone was actually right around over here, probably just over that hill, and we didn't really know how to get there. We didn't realize that there was like an access. Or no, it's actually this way. We didn't realize there was an access road right where our camp is. So we hiked in like 4 miles to this spot, like that we knew that there was an almond formation there. And you know, after prospecting all day, we were like, all right, sun's getting low. And someone finds a horn core of this Ceratopsian, and we're like, so there is.
That's one of the most exciting pieces of a dinosaur you can find, the horn of a horned dinosaur.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was truly amazing, and but like, I was a little clueless too, so I was like, oh, there is fossils there.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
I was like picking up coal, and whatever. So.
Well, you were new at the time. You got to learn what bone looks like. It takes a while, Chad.
Yeah, I was used to looking at Permian fossils. That was the first field camp I'd gone on. So
Nice.
Hadn't seen really what. Like once you get an eye for it, you really are like, oh, okay. And
Yeah.
You're like,
You just know what bone looks like, and it's unmistakable.
yeah, and then
Usually.
and then we're on our way back, and we're getting ready to go home. That was the only thing we could really find.
Mm-hmm.
And Ethan's dad is nowhere to be found. And,
Oh no, yeah.
Yeah, we were like searching for him, and the sun's getting low. We're like, okay, he must have went back to the car to like charge his phone or something. And so we were like made the executive decision to go back and look for him.
Just
And
go back to the vehicles.
Yeah, and he wasn't there. So we were quite nervous. It was beginning of May. It snowed on us the night before. So if you we're like, he might die out here if he gets stuck. It was quite scary.
And you don't know, like maybe he fell and hit his head, or
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's exactly.
you know, got shot by a rancher, or eaten by a mountain lion or something.
Yeah.
Like a lot can happen out here in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, so we called the police, and they showed up. So we thought we were going to have to do like a search and rescue type thing, and one police officer shows up, and Ethan gets in the car, gives him a description of him, and the guy just points out, he's like, "You mean that guy out there?"
He just happened to be walking over the hill at that moment.
Just a dot of a man about a few miles out.
Yeah.
He's on his way back, and we're like just so relieved. We thought this whole this was gonna be the end of the trip.
Yeah. Yeah. The end of work in the almond formation.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause nobody else would have come out here if you hadn't found that stuff then.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
But then every day after, we just started finding everything. It was truly amazing,
Yeah.
especially because we were the first people pulling up bones in 90 years.
Yeah.
So it was truly. We knew our efforts were worth it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
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 Thanks, Quinn.
Yeah, no
Good
worries.
story. Yeah. Yeah. Quinn Hawkins, everybody.
Always have a buddy.
Always have it. Yeah.
Always.
Really important. You know, look after each other when you're out in the field.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It was a first year mistake for sure.
Yeah. And I also want to give a shout out to Nick here too. I don't know if we have any of Nick's.
My fan club's not here today.
Not here
sadly.
today, I guess. Yeah, it's a
think
Monday.
so.
Everybody's at work or whatever, or school, or I guess work. But yeah, so Nick joined us. Yeah, he was out here on the first day, and Nick's from Pittsburgh, and he has actually been working on the same exact individual dinosaur back in Pittsburgh.
I am.
Pieces of it that we were collecting last summer. Now he's here helping dig up more of it. That's pretty special. I know I said that like 6 times so far, but pretty special to be working on the same dinosaur.
I'm so jealous.
And I love it. I'm
So jealous.
so grateful of the opportunity. They just wanted to get back into working on some paleo stuff, getting some weird stuff set up, and I got the call to come in to work on it, and met Ethan at SVP,
Nice.
and they just kind of went from there. So the original frill that was found here last year is beautiful. I prepared that with the head preparator Dan Pickering, so shout out to Dan.
Yeah.
And all the pieces fit together super nice, and hopefully, some of this frill, I hope that it fits with the original, and get a better picture of this animal.
Nice. Yeah. Almost certainly a new horned dinosaur we've got here. Exciting stuff. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Quinn.
Yeah, no worries.
Cool. Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Somebody said they love dinosaurs. Who would say that in this chat? Warlock87. Still learn things all the time. Warlock, you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Again, my name's Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm out here in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs and readjusting the camera. There we go. Yeah, but welcome to Wyoming. Maybe you've seen dinosaur digs in the movies or on TV. We're here to show you what it's really like. And this is it. I'm going to be streaming hopefully every day until the end of June, when we go back to civilization. But welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. And MJ, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Keeping me online here, helping to pay for the satellite data, just sustaining the stream. I appreciate it very, very much. And Godzildo. No, I'm dark hair. I'm sorry, but shorts as promised. Yeah. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Good to have everybody here. Good to have everybody here. I've got... I should probably be wrapping this up before too long here, because I think we get our evac around 6 o'clock. And it is currently 5:30 already. My goodness. But this has been great today. Anybody who's just waltzed in, let me know if you've got any questions. That's the beauty of these live broadcasts. That's what makes Twitch so special. That's honestly why this is so much better than YouTube. You get that live interaction. Ask me your questions. Have me answer them for you. And, let's chat. Live from the field. How cool is this? I try to not get jaded about it. Like, this is really neat. When I was a kid, I would have loved to have seen something like this. As a dinosaur-obsessed kid, somebody who pretty much always knew he wanted to be a paleontologist, if I was told that I could watch a team of paleontologists and volunteers out in the field digging up dinosaurs live and be able to ask them questions, I would have flipped my lid. That would have been nuts. And now here we're doing that. So I'm hoping this is a good resource for anybody who's really interested in fossils, anybody who might want to be a paleontologist later on in life. If we can inspire just a few people to go into science, then, my mission here will have been accomplished. So let me know if you got any questions. Don't be shy. Oh, and Jim says, listening in while I edit a Mancos manuscript. Jim, is that the one where you're turning the Mancos formation into a group? We've been talking about that for years. I'm so glad that's finally happening. That's so exciting, Jim. That's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland there in the chat. And we'll be streaming with him in July and August. I'll be here in Wyoming until the end of June. And then I've got some R&R. Call it shore leave back home in San Francisco. For about 2 weeks. I'll be doing some streams from the office there. And then it's back out to Utah to dig more dinosaurs near the town of Moab. We've got some new iguanodontian dinosaurs, a whole bone bed that we're digging up. And I'm excited to walk you through that. And, you can hang out with the crew. Me and Jim and Don and Ethan, Fisher and whoever else is going to be joining us. It's going to be cool. It's going to be real cool. And huge. See light at the end of the tunnel? I'm glad, Jim. I'm glad. Oh, that's going to be so exciting when that manuscript is published. Oh, I can't wait. Let me know if you need any illustrations for it. I've got a 2-week window. I could work on those for you, Jim. Beginning of July until I come out to Utah again. I could do some illustrations for you if you need any. I know it's like a strat paper, but yeah. If you need some sketches or something, let me know. I'd be happy to do that for you. And is it common to find mammal fossils? Asked Backyard. Not here. No, definitely not. During the age of dinosaurs, mammals did not look like the mammals we have today. Unless the mammals we have today that you're thinking of are, say, rats or mice, voles, gerbils, shrews. That's mostly what mammals looked like during the age of dinosaurs. They're mostly very small and very, shall we say, rat-like. That doesn't sound very kind. Yeah, small rat-like mammals. But, you know, that's what they're like during the Mesozoic. For the most part. There's a few exceptions. There's a few mammals that look more like badgers, or more like sugar gliders, or more like, I don't know, platypus or something. But most of the mammals they're pretty mousy. And they're pretty small. And they're rare. They don't seem to be a major component of their ecosystems. They don't seem to be particularly common. Nowadays, somebody was asking about the mammals that we see here now, in the present, in Wyoming. And just today, we've had some chipmunks running around. I thought I saw a pack rat earlier scurrying around in the background, but it was too far away to really be able to tell for sure. But yeah, we get a bunch of different rodents back in camp, and that's the reason why we need to make sure that we're very careful with our food, because they know we're there, and if you leave anything out overnight, they will chew it up and eat it and just get their grubby little mammal hands on everything, and their teeth. Oh, yeah. And Godzilla says, do you wear sunscreen? I definitely do, yeah. I don't know if I put too much on today. Yeah, I put some sunscreen on today. A lot on my face. I should reapply some lip balm. Because as dry as it is out here, and as high altitude as it is, my lips got sunburned last year. I'm trying to prevent that this year. It's never something I've had to think about before with fieldwork, but I've never worked at such high altitude digging fossils. Maybe in Nevada, but I was only doing that for a little while. What's the elevation of Fernley, Nevada? Can somebody tell me in the chat? A helpful chatter. Fernley, Nevada. How high is that? I'm guessing it's like 6,000 feet. We're at about 7,000 here out in western Wyoming. Yeah. And yeah, no worries. And OK Go Myrtle says, thank you for the gift sub. I use your emotes everywhere now. I appreciate that, because that helps people find the channel. Discovery, you know, finding new stuff, finding new channels on a live platform is always really difficult. It's just kind of a problem that's baked into the format. When you've got live broadcasts going, how do you find new stuff? You know, you can't really have the same kind of like algorithm like YouTube does, because people watch when it's live. So emotes like that really help a lot. So anybody who's gotten a gift sub, don't be shy spamming those emotes. Not spamming, but using those emotes with your discretion in other channels. Because everybody loves dinosaur emotes. And the ones that I designed for this channel, I like to think they're pretty okay. They're of pretty high quality, scientifically speaking at least, if not artistically. And people love seeing dinosaur emotes. So use them all over the place. Bring some new people to the channel. Let's advance our mission of science outreach and science communication by reaching new audiences. That's what it's all about here, you know? And Xnews Me says, I found this channel because I'm a nerd. Xnews Me? Well, I'm glad that you as a nerd feel comfortable here. We're all, you know, we're all science jocks out here in the field. but all are welcome on Paleontologizing. Whether you're a sports nerd, or a computer prep, or a food goth, or whatever else, you're welcome here. Paleontology honestly takes all different kinds of people from all different kinds of walks of life. People who would have been in all kinds of different cliques in high school. Yeah. It's cool, the different kinds of people we have in this field. Field people and lab people and people who do both. People who are interested in taxonomy and phylogeny. People who are more interested in functional morphology or behavior or all kinds of different stuff. There's lots of different people who study vertebrate paleontology, study dinosaurs like I do. Yeah. And Smarface's science weirdo for sure. Food goths rise up, says GP Bear. Science hippies. Yeah. It's also cool. It is, excuse me, absolutely. Yeah. Paleo welders, copper lithologists, paleo burrow engineers. There you go, Jody Fish, yeah. And Diagonal, thank you for reposting that from GP Bear. What makes Utah or Wyoming so rich in fossils? It's a great question. I'll get to that in a minute. Let me catch up to the rest of the chat. Anonymouse says, your stream was suggested to me by Twitch. The first time they got a suggestion right. Yeah, I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Oh. Here. Lovely. Beautiful. Yeah. I'll show that to the Twitch people that I know. It's usually hot tub streamers and I'm not exactly interested in them. Yeah. You like desert streams, huh? A little bit less wet, a little bit more on the dry side. Desert stream. I'm glad you're here, Anonymous. I've seen you returning, and that makes me smile. Yeah. And same here, says Vice the Fallen. It was on my front page. Excellent. That's really exciting. Yeah. But yeah, why are places like Utah and Wyoming, Colorado, Montana, why are they so rich in dinosaur fossils in particular? I gotta be careful with this answer because the great Jim Kirkland is watching, and I gotta make him proud here. There's a number of different things that contribute to these areas being so rich in fossils. Part of it goes back to what the area was like back then. So the Rocky Mountains kind of dominate this region nowadays. They're the most dramatic parts of the landscape, are the Rocky Mountains. And those were just starting to come up in the Late Cretaceous period, when you had all kinds of dinosaurs in here running around. You had the great Laramide orogeny, kind of the birth of the Rocky Mountains, and various orogenies that were occurring, mountain building events. And where we are right now in Wyoming, this area used to be underwater for a big part of the Cretaceous period, the Late Cretaceous. The Western Interior Seaway was here. The Rocky Mountains are starting to come up over here to the west. And so between this inland sea and the nascent Rocky Mountains, you've got these lovely floodplains, these low-lying areas here. So as these mountains are coming up, as they're being pushed up by those mountain-building forces, they're eroding. Sediment is being worn down off of these mountains by wind and rain, sometimes snow, and all of that rock up here turns into sediment. And that gets carried by rivers and streams down to the ocean. And in the process, it's burying a lot of the critters that are living their lives and dying in these areas here. So you've got all these dinosaurs along here, what we call like Eastern Laramidia, this like subcontinent here of North America during the Cretaceous. You know, dinosaurs lived all over the world, but we've got a lot of their fossils from here in particular, because all of the sediment is coming down off of these mountains. It's filling up these basins as it flows down toward the ocean. And it's burying dinosaurs and all the other critters that were living in this environment too. So that's a big part of it. That's why you had the fossils being formed in the first place, is that these were lovely depositional environments back then. But something happened. This is not sea level anymore. This isn't the shore of an ancient inland sea. Right now, we're 7,000 feet up in the air. This is high desert. So those mountain building forces continued until this whole area got pushed up, way up into the sky. And it went from a depositional environment, where you had sediment being deposited, burying dinosaurs, went into an erosional environment. Now this is way up high in the air, and stuff's eroding away. And in a place like this, you've got a lot of erosion going on, and the fact that it's very dry really helps with that too. So here, there's not a lot of trees. I don't see a single tree right now, actually. This is all low, scrubby vegetation kind of clinging to life up here in the high, dry desert, and there's tons of exposed rock. You see this in Wyoming and in Utah. You see this in New Mexico. You see it in Montana and the Dakotas. And did I say Utah? Gotta make sure I'm shouting out Utah too, because Utah has got the most dinosaurs out of any U.S. state. The most dinosaurs having been named anyway. Like most dinosaur genera and species. Highest dinosaur diversity in Utah. And so there's a lot of things that kind of come together to make this whole region wonderful for finding dinosaur fossils. And it's all throughout the states that I mentioned too. You've got rocks from the age of dinosaurs that are exposed on the surface. You also have rocks that are older and rocks that are younger. In order to find dinosaurs, you've got to go to Mesozoic rocks. Rocks that were formed during the Mesozoic era, from the time of the dinosaurs. And we have that in spades in the American West. And there are other places around the world that have that too. Places like the Patagonia region of Argentina and Chile. Places like the Gobi Desert of Mongolia and China. And various other places throughout China as well have got Mesozoic rocks right there on the surface. Dinosaur fossils everywhere. Yeah, places like North Africa, you get this. Places in like Spain and Portugal, there's a bunch of different like hot spots around the world where you've got this kind of desert country, the right kind of terrain, with the right age of rock right there on the surface to find dinosaurs. That's your magic combination. And we got raiders. Well. Who's coming in here? From Mia Koda. Welcome, everybody. Hope you had a great stream. It's good to have you here. How was your stream, Mia Koda? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Welcome back to Wyoming, where we're digging up a horned dinosaur up there. And I'm doing my best to answer all your questions live. It's good to have you here. Cody Sheeby says, the way Danny explains everything is so great. I love the knowledge I soak up here. That makes my heart smile. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate that. That's the whole point. Thanks for the kind words. And SB Harkin says, this is when paleontologizing helps me understand where I live as an Earthling. There you go. Yeah. Pretty lucky to be an Earthling, to live on this incredible planet. It's the only one that had dinosaurs. And that, to me, easily makes Earth my #1 favorite planet. I live here, too, which, you know, I'm pretty fond of it. Always telling people, don't mess it up, you know? I like this. This is my favorite planet. You know, don't throw trash on the ground. Don't, you know, pump carbon up into the atmosphere. What are you doing? This is my favorite planet. People. MJ Builds, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Excellent. Thank you for the support. Thank you very, very much. And Lord Jeebus wants to know, is the Midwest better for dinosaur fossils than other areas of the U.S.? Depends. We could start a fight here talking about that. Not about the prevalence of fossils, but about what constitutes the Midwest. Different people like get into fights, like physical fights. I've seen bar fights over how to, you know, designate the Midwest. What is the Midwest? Does Arkansas count as the Midwest, or does it not? Does Michigan count as the Midwest? And I don't have a horse in that fight. But I'm gonna say the Rocky Mountain region, meaning Montana, the Dakotas. Well, actually, no, the Dakotas aren't really Rocky Mountain, are they? Anyway, yeah. The region, whatever you want to call it, let's call it the dinosaur multi-tri-state area. Because there's multi-tri-state areas within the... Anyway, Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico, and maybe to a certain extent Arizona too. No, we'll leave Arizona out from this one. Let's make it a more exclusive club. That's the multi-tri-state area that is one of the best regions in the entire world for finding fossils, and that also extends up into Canada as well, Alberta and Saskatchewan. You find some of the same dinosaurs there that you find up in northern Montana. Dinosaurs didn't care about our modern, national or state boundaries. This didn't exist back then. Yeah. Dinosaurs went where they pleased. And Vice the Fallen says, so would you find more fossils if you were to theoretically dig down to sea level? I mean, yeah, if that were feasible. Yeah. In these hills here, there are untold numbers of dinosaur fossils. And fossils of lots of other critters, too. But we only work on the surface, because that's how you find stuff in the first place. If you had magical powers and you could just instantly, with a snap of your fingers, dig all of that rock away and leave only the fossils, you'd find a ton of them. But that's not the way that the world works. We find fossils here on the surface. We prospect for bits that are eroding out, and we follow them in, and hopefully you find a bone layer, you find a skeleton, you find associated remains of animals like dinosaurs or other critters that were living at this time. And Alberta Badlands like that too, like around Drumheller? Exactly, Crazy Kanaki, yes. The Drumheller area, one of the world's greatest spots for dinosaur fossils. Virtually unmatched. Virtually, meaning that there's probably a couple dozen other places like that around the world, but yeah, it's a special place. It is very much a special place. And is the Midwest also a good place to find lots of dinosaur bones based on your graph earlier? It's not, Conwolf. So what I would consider the Midwest, again, Midwesterners, don't go all Midwest nice on me and smash a beer bottle over my head. I don't want to have to be picking out shards of Milwaukee's best from my skull. But, well, shoot, is Wisconsin part of the Midwest? Forget I said that. Anyway, that part of the country, Wisconsin, Michigan, like Missouri, Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, you don't find dinosaur fossils there. The rocks are either too old or too young. They used to have Mesozoic strata up there millions of years ago, and up until maybe a few thousand years ago, a few 100,000 years ago, but a lot of those Mesozoic rocks were just destroyed by glaciation. When the glaciers came down in that area during the last ice age and during prior ice ages, they just scoured that area clean, got rid of a lot of that Mesozoic material. So you won't find rocks from the age of dinosaurs there, for the most part. There's a few very rare exceptions. You go down into Missouri and you might find some stuff. But up north there, no. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and I'm way behind in chat. Sorry, everybody. Let me continue. Yeah. And out of all the things to start a bar fight over, to Spetrodactylus, have you been to the Midwest? I guess some people would say I haven't, depending on my definition of the Midwest. And Critical Hit says, if fossils are all over, how do you pick dig sites to hunt for surface fossils? So it depends what you're after. Are you looking for dinosaurs? Are you looking for trilobites? Are you looking for ammonites? Depending on what you're looking for, you'll look in different kinds of rocks of different ages, different depositional settings. If you're looking for ammonites, you want Mesozoic rocks that are marine, ocean bottom sediments. If you're looking for dinosaurs, you want terrestrial rocks, stuff like that, and then you look at your geological maps for that. Most of Earth's rocks on the surface have been mapped out, and we have access to those maps, and that's how we pick these sites for prospecting, if that makes sense. The easy answer is, if you want dinosaur fossils, you look for places where people have found dinosaur fossils before, where they're known to have been found. But you got to start somewhere, And the first people to explore given areas often find new things, kind of like what we're doing here in the Almond Formation. Barnum Brown was here in the 1930s. We know that he found stuff back in 37 he never published on any of it. And so we were really lucky to know. It's like hearing a rumor that there are dinosaurs from this part of the world, but we actually had to go out and explore and find which particular areas, which hectares or whatever, we're going to find this stuff. And that was a real roll of the dice that Ethan Cowgill and friends and colleagues made back in 2021, like Quinn was telling you earlier, and it really paid off. Absolutely. Let's see. And Hoth SV says, can you not use ground-penetrating radar? A, even if it worked, we wouldn't be able to afford it. B, it doesn't work. No. We go out and we prospect for fossils the old-fashioned way, because that's really the only thing that works when you're trying to cover a huge amount of territory in an afternoon, let's say. You walk along, you look at the ground. Ground-penetrating radar doesn't work for this kind of thing because ground-penetrating radar is something that archaeologists use in soil. You might find human artifacts in the soil, but here we're looking for dinosaur fossils in rock. And they're the same, like, general consistency as the rock, the same density. Ground-penetrating radar is not going to do anything. You got to realize that we're digging in bedrock to find these fossils, which are basically rock themselves. They've been fossilized. A lot of the organic material has been replaced by minerals, and yeah. So GPR would not work. Paleontologists have to use their eyeballs. Exactly, MLF. Exactly. Yeah. An Eclipse Proton, that's North Dakota you're thinking of. The teenage T-Rex thing, and that was just last week, a couple weeks ago that was announced. Yeah. Shrimp Boat Dana says, I bet Elon Musk could come up with something. Yeah, like a truck that burns us all to death, or I don't know, some sort of a brain implant that doesn't work. I don't know. I say all this, I'm throwing shade, but we are using a Starlink dish to transmit to you from right now. Oh yeah. Joke's on me, I guess. Anyway. Yeah. Shoot, it's almost 6 o'clock. I gotta wrap this up pretty soon. Because we are gonna get our evac pretty soon. Ethan should be coming back with the truck. And another many dinosaur fossils found in Africa. Absolutely, Andrew Memorex, yeah. There are more dinosaur fossils from Africa than probably from Europe. More than from Australia, certainly, and definitely more than from Antarctica. If you were to rank the continents, North America would be first, probably. Asia would be second. Africa would probably be third. Then maybe Europe, Australia, Antarctica. Oh, and South America should have been before Europe. It probably goes North America, Asia, South America, Africa, Europe, Australia, Antarctica. Here I am, like, I don't know, risking controversy by trying to tally these things up. But I think that I've generally got that correct. If we're talking about numbers of dinosaur taxa that are named from these continents, this is actually a project that I'm working on right now. So I will have hard numbers on this before too long. I should be presenting on that at SVP in October up in Minneapolis, which, depending on your predilections, either is or is not the Midwest. Maybe it's the Midwest. Maybe it's the North. Yeah. Yeah. You down with SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology? I am a member, Bane Glory, 1,000,000%. And I will be hopefully attending the meeting. I've got 2 abstracts that are going to get looked over this summer. Hopefully one or both of them are accepted. One of the things is actually presenting on our Twitch outreach at SVP. I'm really excited to talk about that as like a new mode of science communication. Being able to stream live from the field nobody else is really doing this right now, at least not in the way that I'm doing it. With satellite dish, solar batteries, solar panels, and a video audio encoder, an action cam, microphone, all this. I like to think this is kind of the future of science outreach from the field. And I want to be able to share this with my colleagues so they can learn how to do it and kind of come up with their own methods and stuff. We need more of this kind of thing. Science outreach is important, I believe. I'm passionate about this, and I'm really lucky to be able to make my living doing it. And I'm excited to continue this for the rest of the month. And then in July and August, I'll be streaming from Utah, digging up some more dinosaurs there. So, I'm looking forward to that, and I hope you are too. Well, that being said, it is past time for me to wrap this up. So let's see who else is live on Twitch at the moment, and we will raid into them. Who else is on? Let's see. We've got... Pickings are a little slim right now. Maybe we will go raid into... Uo's lab. That'll be nice. We'll do that. Doing some science and technology right now. So, hang tight, chat. And come on, move out of the way, thing, so I can't push the button because the strap is in the way. There we go. Channel, chat, raid, Uo's lab, not lob, lab. Excellent. It is intended for mature audiences, apparently, so be aware. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out today. Thank you for your questions, for your kind words, for your enthusiasm. Thank you for hanging out with us as we dig up this dinosaur and just talk about why fossil science is important. I've really enjoyed today's stream. I hope you have too. I hope you learned something. I hope you've got a newfound or even embiggened appreciation for natural history and this grand pageant of life on our beautiful planet Earth. With any luck, I'll be streaming again tomorrow and every day for the rest of the month of June. But you all take care of yourselves and each other, and let's go right into Uo's lab. I'll see you there.